So how are all you immortal beings tonight? This evening we've come to the section, we're coming now to section 6, Condition of the Departed. Now some of this we've looked at previously, but not the first part of it. And so we'll be looking at that tonight. Individuality retained and the exalted station of true believers. Matters related to the soul in the other world. Start off with an interesting oral statement from Abdu'l-Baha from notes taken in about 1900. So just remember this is Pilgrim Notes. The first and most important matter today for everyone is to know and accept the manifestation and to give knowledge of him to others. There are many spiritual conditions in this world and many different conditions in the unseen world. Those who hear and cannot accept the manifestation, their good deeds will be counted. But no one enters the kingdom of Baha unless he accepts the truth. Those who do not hear, their good deeds will be counted. They will have a certain spiritual condition, but not. Those who accept the truth will have a very high position. At present, the believers must have faith, as the disciples of Christ had. In the future, this truth will have been proved, and people will be born into it, as we were born into Christianity. All persons should at all times search for the truth of God, and they who do this will find the present manifestation, for God is just, and has promised, "Seek and ye shall find." And the lights abound even now. We must accept and obey. We cannot obey and not accept, as we cannot accept and not obey. A lighted lantern shows forth its light. If the lantern does not, you may be sure it is an unlighted lantern. This is part of a tablet of Abdu'l-Baha, and it refers to biblical references, which I'm sorry I don't have here, but I think within the context of the quotation you'll understand what's going on. He says, as to the difference and distinction between Lazarus and that rich man, the first was spiritual, while the second was material. One was in the highest degree of knowledge, and the other in the lowest depths of ignorance. The difference and distinction will naturally become realized between all men after their departure from this mortal world. But this distinction is not in respect to place. It is in respect to the soul and conscience. For the kingdom of God is sanctified from time and place. It is another world and another universe. The holy souls are promised the gift of intercession. These are also some notes of one of the early believers, Miss Rosenberg. Some of these have been cited in the New Era. Ethel Rosenberg was one of the early British believers. We know, this is from notes taken from Abdu'l-Baha's talks, we know that the body or form has nothing to do with spirit or spiritual conditions. When the spirit is disconnected from or leaves the body, there is no reason for thinking it can be reabsorbed or joined with the whole of spirit, as the drops of water are absorbed or lost in the sea. The earth is one unit, yet how many beings and separate parts it contains. The body of man is one unit, yet it has an infinite number of separate and individual parts that compose it, such as eyes, fingers, so forth. So in like manner, spirit is one, but consisting of many differentiated parts. I have the same quotation from 3 different sources, not skipping them. In a tablet published in Star of the West, Abdu'l-Baha says, "You will retain your individuality and will not be swallowed up in one vast spirit." For many people that thought, well, in this life we have an individual life, and when we go to the other world we came from there, we didn't have any consciousness when we came. When we go back we'll also lose our consciousness. We'll be part of the great wholeness of God's Spirit or something. But this is not the case. We're going to retain individual centers of consciousness in the next world. And these quotations are aimed at making that clear. Also, this is from a tablet of Abdu'l-Baha to Mrs. Brittingham, one of the early American believers. He said, "Know thou that sex, male or female, relates to the exigencies of the physical world and has no relation or connection with the spirits. The spirit and its worlds are purified from these conditions and sanctified from all similitude to the bodies in the contingent world." And from a letter written through his secretary, Shoghi Effendi said, "Man's identity, or rather his individuality, is never lost. His reality as a person remains intact throughout the various stages of his development. He does not pre-exist in any form before coming to this world." Another letter written on the Guardian's behalf, he says, "You have asked as to what point in man's evolution he becomes conscious of self. This consciousness of self in man is a gradual process and does not start at a definite point. It grows in him in this world and continues to do so in the future spiritual world. Man can certainly recall past experiences in his evolution, and even when his soul leaves this world, it will still remember the past." Regarding your question concerning the possibility of the soul losing its identity, the teachings are quite clear concerning the fact that the human soul never loses its identity. Now on to section 6.2 now. These are various extracts from different tablets, some of which you'll be familiar with because they're from the gleanings. This one's from the Kitab-i-Aqdas, referring to the king, one of the promised kings that's to rule in Persia. "Such a king is numbered with the companions of the Crimson Ark, the ark which God hath prepared for the people of Baha." And you see this, you find this reference to Crimson Ark in different places. And this is a confirmatory verse in the Kitab-i-Aqdas which indicates that this is an ark which God has prepared for the Baha'is. Whatever that means in terms of the other world, we don't know, but there's some further references to that on in the other quotations. In one of the prayers and meditations, Baha'u'llah reveals the following: "Glorified art thou, O Lord my God. Thou hast in thine all-highest paradise assigned unto thy servants such stations that if any one of them were to be unveiled to men's eyes, all who are in heaven and all who are on earth would be dumbfounded. By thy might, were kings to witness so great a glory, they would assuredly rid themselves of their dominions and cleave to such of their subjects as have entered beneath the shadow of thine immeasurable mercy and sought the shelter of thine all-glorious name." Having referred to the blessings conferred on all creation, being an emanation from God, being the mirror and reflection of His will and purpose, Baha'u'llah reveals the following. He says, "If such be the blessings conferred on all created things, how superior must be the destiny of the true believer, whose existence and life are to be regarded as the generating purpose of all creation. Just as the conception of faith hath existed from the beginning and that hath no beginning, and will endure to the end that hath no end, in like manner will the true believer eternally live and endure. His spirit will everlastingly circle round the will of God. He will last as long as God himself will last. He is revealed through the revelation of God and is hidden at his bidding. It is evident that the loftiest mansions in the realm of immortality have been ordained as the habitation of them that have truly believed in God and in his signs. Death can never invade that holy seat. Are there still chairs in the back? There are chairs up in the front along the side here if you want to pass some chairs back. I think we're all right still. Okay. That last quotation was from the Gleanings, page 141. And the one about the stations that God has created in his all-highest paradise is Prayers and Meditations, section 123, if you want to take note of that. Referring to the soul, and when it leaveth the body, Baha'u'llah says, it will evince such ascendancy and reveal such influence as no force on earth can equal. Every pure, every refined and sanctified soul will be endowed with tremendous power and shall rejoice with exceeding gladness. Gleanings 154. And now, concerning thy question regarding the soul of man and its survival after death. Know thou of a truth that the soul, after its separation from the body, will continue to progress until it attaineth the presence of God in a state and condition which neither the revolution of ages and centuries nor the changes and chances of this world can alter. Now you recall that we read in a previous class that the meaning of attaining to the presence of God is attaining to the presence of the manifestation of God. And you should bear in mind that meaning is implicit also in this passage, that God, the essence, the all-encompassing, completely unknowable, unapproachable, entirely beyond the possibility of the human soul to conceive of him, is always remote, but yet is always present through the presence of the manifestations of God. In other words, they are the mirror of his self in the realms of creation. And we should realize that these spiritual realms to which the souls, human souls, pass after death are also created realms. They're not the permanent world of God, although they also partake of his eternity, and it's called the eternal world, and in a sense the universe, we're told, is also eternal, although we realize that everything is in flux here, composing and decomposing and in constant motion. Yes, yes. Yes, surely. And the souls of the manifestations that have lived here before will be there, and we will have the opportunity to meet them, to know them, we're told. We will be gathered into the presence of the prophets of God. But now how this relates to the creatures on other planets and the manifestations that have appeared to them and all this endless universe, we don't know. Maybe we'll be in our own private little section for a while, you know. Earthling's paradise.
Well, I was thinking whether we have to recognize manifestation that comes to this world.
Well, from what I can make out of the writings and everything, the appearance of the manifestations in the other world is not something open to doubt. You will clearly understand who a manifestation of God is if you have any soul to perceive at all. And but then we have that problem here, don't we? So, but I think that there we will rejoice in their presence, attain to their court, and there they are. Their sovereignty is fully revealed, rather than here it's veiled and a matter of testing people and so on. You know, the whole proving the sincere from the false-hearted. So some of those elements, those tests of God, Abdul Wahab tells us, are limited to this world, and they're not part of the other world, that particular kind of test. Did you want to add something? We have this extract from a tablet to Abdul Wahab. It's a famous, Lohe Abdul Wahab is a famous tablet of Baha'u'llah about the next world and the life of the soul in that world, and some passages from it are cited in the Gleanings. This is one of them. The nature of the soul after death can never be described, nor is it meet and permissible to reveal its whole character to the eyes of men. The prophets and messengers of God have been sent down for the sole purpose of guiding mankind. I've got something missing here. Does anyone have the Gleanings with them? Pay stuff has a missing couple of lines. Just a minute. You've got it in the long one? I don't know if I can find it there. No, I don't only know the page number. Do you have the corresponding page to this? 156. So, talk to me afterwards, because there is a key between these two books that's been prepared by somebody. It is available. It's useful to have. Well, we'll skip that part. It will manifest the signs of God and His attributes, and will reveal His loving kindness and bounty. The movement of my pen is stilled when it attempteth to befittingly describe the loftiness and glory of so exalted a station. The honor with which the hand of mercy will invest the soul is such as no tongue can adequately reveal, nor any other earthly agency describe. Blessed is the soul which at the hour of its separation from the body is sanctified from the vain imaginings of the peoples of the world. Such a soul liveth and moveth in accordance with the will of its Creator, and entereth the all-highest paradise. The maids of heaven, inmates of the loftiest mansions, will circle around it, and the prophets of God and His chosen ones will seek its companionship. With them that soul will freely converse, and will recount unto them that which it hath been made to endure in the path of God, the Lord of all worlds. If any man be told that which hath been ordained for such a soul in the worlds of God, the Lord of the throne on high and of earth below, his whole being will instantly blaze out in his great longing to attain that most exalted, that sanctified and resplendent station. Now it says that he's going to recount, the soul is going to recount that which it hath been made to endure in the path of God. Now, if you haven't suffered in the path of God, you may not have much to talk about, So you have to bear in mind that these things that you're collecting now, your sufferings and so on, will be those moments that you would like to exert yourself and demand proper attention and service and justice from everybody else around you. When you swallow those things, when you endure them, it adds to your strength. Now, we don't like to think about these days. We like to demand our rights, and we're very keen on rights. We can busily demand the rights of others, but we should be careful about demanding our own rights too much. It has a spiritual effect on us, I think. Yes, the part that is here, anyway. It's from page 156 and 157 of Gleanings. And again, thou hast, moreover, asked me concerning the state of the soul after its separation from the body. Know thou of a truth, that if the soul of man hath walked in the ways of God, it will assuredly return and be gathered to the glory of the Beloved. By the righteousness of God, it shall attain a station such as no pen can depict or tongue describe. The souls of the people of Baha who have entered and been established within the Crimson Ark shall associate and commune intimately one with another, and shall be so closely associated in their lives, their aspirations, their aims and strivings, as to be even as one soul. Now, this is, of course, we're longing that that kind of spiritual unity should manifest itself in this world. This is a quality of the other world. This is something that by degrees should appear within the Baha'i society, within the kingdom of God on earth. And that is this closeness of identity in our lives, our aspirations, our aims, and our strivings. Be ye even as one soul, Paula says in another passage. Ye are as one soul in many bodies. Another thing he says. Now, if each of us is conforming our life and our aspirations and our purposes to the will and intention of God, if we're able to find that and to become the expression of that purpose, to resonate with that flow of grace which God is destined for us, then our relationship to each other will acquire degrees of perfection that we're not presently aware of. And the interaction between the souls will release new and unforeseen, unsuspected depths of experience and of inspiration. And out of this will come the great progress of human society, both in the arts and in the sciences, and just in pure and the sheer pleasure of fellowship that the souls will experience. Abdu'l-Baha says that when two illumined souls or sanctified souls approach each other, then the interaction between them, it's as if the light of their mirrors of their hearts reflected on each other, and it compounds the light. And he uses this same expression, that this becomes light upon light. And the glory and the unity and the illumination which is promised for the Baha'i community in the future will surely have something, I think, to do with these qualities and the expression of these truths. And finally, in another tablet, Baha'u'llah says, as to those that have tasted of the fruit of man's earthly existence, which is the recognition of the one true God, exalted be his glory, their life hereafter is such as we are unable to describe. The knowledge thereof is with God alone, the Lord of all worlds. This is a beautiful passage also from Baha'u'llah. He said, blessed are the people of Baha. God beareth me witness, they are the solace of the eye of creation. Through them the universes have been adorned and the preserved tablet embellished. They are the ones who have sailed on the ark of complete independence, with their eyes set towards the dayspring of beauty. How great is their blessedness, that they have attained unto what their Lord, the Omniscient, the All-Wise, hath willed. Through their light the heavens have been adorned, and the faces of those that have drawn nigh unto him made to shine. Baha'u'llah tells us in other places that a new race of men will be raised up in this dispensation. And when the pilgrims asked Shoghi Effendi about this on different occasions, he is said to have commented that that new race of men exists now, and that each one of the Baha'is can be a part, not is, but can be a part of that new race of men. but that they will have to strive very hard to be part of it. That the realization of this goal centers on one's submission to the will of God. That is, conforming one's own will to the divine will and purpose. And that through that, and this is, he says, is that which characterizes this new race of men. Through that one can become a part of this new race of men, even now. The requirements are the same requirements as for sainthood, basically. This passage we just read, it again stresses this. How great is the blessedness that they have attained unto what their Lord hath willed. We're speaking about how true happiness, the only true happiness that a human being can attain to, is attaining to the gifts which God has placed in the soul for serving, for it to be able to serve God, for it to be able to respond to God. And when the soul finds out how to do that, that's the source of everlasting joy and of lasting joy, not the temporal joys sometimes we can experience here. More about the true believer, this beautiful passage that you'll recall, no doubt have seen. He says, by the sorrows which afflict the beauty of the all-glorious, such is the station ordained for the true believer, that if to an extent smaller than a needle's eye the glory of that station were to be unveiled to mankind, every beholder would be consumed away in his longing to attain it. For this reason it hath been decreed that in this earthly life the full measure of the glory of his own station should remain concealed from the eyes of such a believer. The Bab, in referring to one of the friends, said, having attained the good pleasure of God, he repaired to his habitation in the all-highest paradise. He also refers to the ineffable delights of the world, of the life to come. The ineffable delights of the life to come. Do you remember what ineffable means? Unable to be expressed in words. Unutterable. Ineffable. Everlasting reunion with God in the paradise of his good pleasure, nigh unto the seat of holiness. This is the Bab's promise for the soul. And there's a little picture of the other world. It's amazing verse revealed by the Bab. He says, indeed, God hath created everywhere around this gate oceans of divine elixir, tinged crimson with the essence of existence, and vitalized through the animating power of the desired fruit. And for them God hath provided arks of ruby, tender, crimson-colored, wherein none shall sail but the people of Baha, by the leave of God, the most exalted. What he's referring to, we don't know. That's from selections of the writings of the Bab, page 57. And this is from the Qayyum al-Asma. We had quotations from Baha'u'llah on this subject, and now we're coming to the Bab, and we have some from the Master. Whenever the faithful hear the verses of this book being recited, their eyes will overflow with tears, and their hearts will be deeply touched by him who is the most great remembrance, for the love they cherish for God, the all-praised. He is God, the all-knowing, the eternal. They are indeed the inmates of the all-highest paradise, wherein they will abide forever. Verily they will see not therein save that which hath proceeded from God, nothing that will lie beyond the compass of their understanding. There they will meet the believers in paradise, who will address them with the words, peace, peace, lingering on their lips. again from the Bab, and this is also from the Kayoma Lasma. Seek ye grace from God, for God hath ordained for you, after ye have believed in him, a garden, the vastness of which is as the vastness of the whole of paradise. Therein ye shall find naught save the gifts and favors which the Almighty hath graciously bestowed by virtue of this momentous cause, as decreed in the Mother Book. Abdu'l-Baha now, from a tablet, he says, if only thou couldst know what a high station is destined for those souls who are severed from the world, are powerfully attracted to the faith, and are teaching under the sheltering shadow of Baha'u'llah. How thou wouldst rejoice, how thou wouldst in exultation and rapture spread thy wings and soar heavenward, for being a follower of such a way, and a traveler towards such a kingdom. Selections from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, page 100. Another tablet of the Master, he says, when the souls of the sincere depart from this body, then their unreal vision is changed into a vision of reality. Even as man, when in the age of babyhood and imperfection, though he seeth things, yet that vision is superficial and external. But when he reacheth the world, or the age of perfection, and becometh endowed with reasoning faculty, and the power of discrimination and comprehension, then that vision of his is a vision of reality, and not the unreality. And so Abdu'l-Baha likens these two stages of vision in childhood and in maturity to the difference between vision in this world and the vision in the world to come. Again, he says, the earthly abode is not worth the attachment of the heart. For this structure will surely be destroyed, but that which is of worth to the freed ones, in other words, those detached from all save God, is the heavenly palace and the court of divine majesty. Thanks be to God that for each one of the divine freed slaves and the heavenly and dear maidservants, an indestructible mansion will be erected in the new kingdom. This mansion will be an everlasting dwelling, an eternal abode and shelter. Well, that's interesting. So you've got a house over there waiting for you, if ye be of the freed ones. An indestructible mansion will be erected in the new kingdom. I don't know what we can consult about these subjects, and not having had a lot of experience, first-hand insight into these questions. We can rehearse them, please. What might it be? No, because these are destructible, aren't they? Well, we have a question. Do you have an answer, please? Please. Yes, this is quite has the earmarks of all the near-death or these experiences of people who in operations or in accidents have somehow been abstracted from their bodies and watched events and recounted afterwards what they've done. Some of them seem to have gone farther and started down, moving towards the other world, and been told that it wasn't time yet and they had to come back. But anyone that's had that experience, they've noticed in interviewing people who've had experiences like that, their attitude towards life is very different after that, because they realize how temporary it is, and the whole question of the fear of death is gone from them. They're so sure of the existence of the next life and of the beauty and the feeling that they had even just for a few moments there. But as Baha'u'llah says, if he took us there, we wouldn't want to come back at all. Please. We're going to come to a section here which has a number of letters and tablets about that, rather than trying to precede that. I mean, there are some teachings given in the writings about this. It relates, on the one hand, to those souls who have heard and rejected the faith, and on the other, to those who haven't yet had the opportunity to hear. There are different outcomes for different circumstances. Mm-hmm. So we've got two questions here. What about this mansion? If anyone has any thoughts about that, please. Mm-hmm. Anyone know something from the teachings about this other question? What happens to other souls? Some of that is covered in quotations, but not in great detail. And it's not the kind of thing that your friends who are not Baha'is are going to want to hear. It's quite direct that in this day, the proof of any kind of faith or spirituality is your recognition of the manifestation for the time you live in. And if you don't recognize that, if you have no capacity to recognize that, then one is tempted to think that the level of your spirituality is not of the nature that it should be. Maybe it's the appreciation that one seeks from others by being good and living a good life and feeling within a movement. But we see manifestations of some levels of understanding in various groups and past religions. Abdu'l-Bahá says for the most part it's become imitation, that the religions of the past have lost that full body of spirit that they had at the beginning. There may be traces of it, but these are very ephemeral compared to what those religions were in the early days of their development. When you think some of the people are living 3-4 manifestations behind still. Some of our neighbors actually here. But on the other hand, they are enjoying the benefits to some degree of what happens in the world through the coming of the manifestations and the progress of mankind. Yes, there's some quotations about that too, that they'll have an opportunity to recognize in the next life. And even if one has rejected here, but perhaps it's rejected because our face was so dark when we told them about it that they weren't moved by it. We don't know did they really get the message or not, I know one person that told me, I told you about the faith several years before you heard of it. I can't for the life of me remember that they said anything but some dogmatic statement about, but the soul of man is this. And I thought to myself, how do they know what the soul of man is? They didn't say where it was from. They didn't say the name of the faith or anything. And yet they found me unreceptive, So later on... So we may think that the people that turn away from the faith because of us are really just turning away from us and not from the faith. And maybe that's why Baha'u'llah says, pray for them. If you're talking with them and they start arguing with you and they don't accept what you're saying, pray for them. Don't fight with them, just pray for them. Maybe that will make us able to better teach them the next time. Please. Well, that would be a poor choice of words, perhaps. They didn't recognize, or they didn't, at that time, didn't have the condition, the prerequisite condition. They all have the capacity, but whether, we're in different states of receptivity. But I think, I mean, if we say I feel that I'm among the saved in my religion, and then they hear the message of Baha'u'llah and they don't respond to it, it's really, that's the trumpet blast, you know. This is the resurrection, the call. Are they going to rise out of the tombs, or are they going to stay in the tombs? It's the whole drama that we read about in the holy books is involved in this, that they hear the name of Baha'u'llah, the simple little act that we say that we believe that a new messenger came from God and his name is Baha'u'llah. And just they have the capacity to recognize the name if they would, we're told. But how much better if we're in a state of spiritual attraction all the time and ready to teach the faith and ready to pour it forth and have the necessary humility and qualities that make it easier for people to accept it rather than saying to them, you know, a new messenger has come. You think you're saved, but there's a new messenger, and if you don't recognize him, you're in trouble. You know, I mean, that kind of puts the people off before they have a chance to listen to the faith. Not that we teach it that way, but sometimes sometimes we're filled up with the greatness of the cause, and we think this is the way to teach it. Or if somebody rejects it, then we tell them that part. You know, you're in big trouble. Yes. Maybe we'll have to pay something. I don't know. Fortunately, I haven't seen that part. But but I know that Shoghi Effendi said that the souls that go as a pilgrim note again, that the souls that many souls go to the next world not hearing about having heard of the faith from anyone, and he said they are not responsible. When they go to the next world, they'll have an opportunity to hear. But he said the Baha'is, they're responsible for not telling them. So in that sense, we all bear responsibility to not share them.
But then there is the responsibility for searching out the message.
Yes, well, not all the souls are in that state, but some of them will, and they will find. But we meet a lot of people that really have some exposure to the faith. I mean, how about the tens of thousands that go in and out of the shrines every year, you know? Some feel something, some feel nothing. Apart from whatever the verbal message of it is, there is the presence of the cause and closeness. It's mysterious, you know, because then we say, well, how did I get into this thing? How did I become a Baha'i? Why was I privileged? Please.
About the mansion. Maybe many people know that it's about a very rich man that wasn't good in his life and he died. And he had a big mansion on earth, so when he gets there he thinks that he also gets a mansion. And when he passes the mansion, he asks, who is that? And they say, oh, this was your servant. He was a very good person, so. And so he goes and suddenly there is nothing. And then he asks, where is my part? They say, well, you didn't send anything up to us to go to your mansion.
Yes, this idea nothing sent ahead and there's nothing to construct with. That your mansion will be really built out of your deeds and your services and actions here. This is the same idea that if the seed of this thing starts growing in your heart that, gosh, I've been serving the cause a lot, but I don't know, God never gives me anything, you know? I mean, I'm able to serve, but I never seem to get ahead. I'm always having to scrape and I'll practically borrow money for my teaching activities. I don't know, why can't there be a little help here? And under this influence, you know, it's like wanting to cash in on your services now. But if you keep them in the bank, they will accrue a much greater value in the world to come, you know. Mr. Olinga, I remember one time he said something on a trip. We were traveling in South America. He was speaking to their friends, and I was translating. So I was witnessing all these talks, and he was telling the people, he said, did you ever hear, or could you characterize as just any kind of an employer that called people to come and work, set them to working, told them that they should not rest for a single moment, that they should push forward with all of their capacity and all their powers to do their work, and then didn't pay them? Would that be just? Is that fair? Do you suppose God is in that condition, that He calls us and tells us, you give your everything, and then you give your life and your blood and everything, and then He's not going to give you a reward for that? He said, don't imagine. That's not the God that we all believe in. That's the just and merciful God. And just think of everything we do, The rewards obviously have to come in some way or another, depending on what is our just due. But we shouldn't do it for rewards, as he says. We shouldn't do it for the rewards of this world or the next world, but simply because of the beauty of God and our love for God. And that what else are we to do? That's His pleasure, and that's our pleasure, in a sense. That the pleasure is the service. Of the Master. He says, but regarding the progress of the Spirit in the world of the kingdom after its ascension, it is wholly beyond space and time, and developments after leaving this body are spiritual and not terrestrial. It is like unto the progress of the fetus to the world of maturity and intelligence, from the world of ignorance to the world of knowledge, from the station of imperfection to the pinnacle of perfection. As divine perfections are infinite, therefore the progress of the Spirit is limitless. The Master, writing to one of the friends, to two of the friends, a married couple, says, although we are living in the Holy Land and you are dwelling in the United States, yet the spiritual relations and the communication of the hearts are firm and steadfast, because the unity of the divine essence has bonded us together. In this material world we are cemented together, and God willing, in the universe of God, the world of the kingdom, we will be associates and intimates of each other. And again, the Master promises in a tablet, he says, verily thy Lord confirmeth the firm ones in attaining to sublime stations in His glorious kingdom. Again, in a tablet he says, that divine bird has flown away from this mortal earthly nest, has ascended to the kingdom of God, and has been engaged in singing the sweet melodies of praise and thanksgiving on the lordly branches in the rose garden of the merciful. Again, bearing on this, he says, verily, speaking of one of the women who had passed away, he says, verily she surrendered her life while she was in a condition wherein she was encompassed with the glad tidings of thy Lord from all directions, and her nostrils were perfumed with the fragrances of holiness from the supreme concourse. Her soul soared to the summit of sanctity, under the shelter of the mercy of thy Lord the Mighty, where the concourse of the chosen ones are assembled around it in the lofty paradise, and the angels of mercy are blessing it, and are speaking its praise, while their faces are smiling because of her ascension to heaven. The Lord of the covenant has destined for His friends eternal union to everlasting fellowship. The souls who sacrifice self become detached from the imperfections of the realm of man and free from the bondage of this ephemeral world, Assuredly the splendors of the rays of divine union shall shine in their hearts, and they shall find ideal relationship and happiness in the eternal paradise. Still continuing with extracts from tablets of the Master. All the people, day and night, are working and striving and have no leisure at all. But in the end they will be disappointed and deprived. The result of their efforts will be obliterated, and with the utmost loss and chagrin, they depart from this world and do not receive any value for this life. But on the other hand, the sons and daughters of the kingdom will ultimately become burning lights, and will be shining stars in the horizon of eternal honor. Therefore thank thou God that thou didst arrive to this station. The questioner remarked that many different opinions were held as to the conditions of the future life. Some thought that all would have exactly the same perfections and virtues, that all would be equal and alike. Abdu'l-Baha said that there would be variety and differing degrees of attainment, as in this world. Abdu'l-Baha, while in London, was asked, how should one look forward to death? He answered, how does one look forward to the goal of any journey? With hope and with expectation. It is even so with the end of this earthly journey. In the next world, man will find himself freed from many of the disabilities under which he now suffers. Those who have passed on through death have a sphere of their own. It is not removed from ours. Their work, the work of the kingdom, is ours, but it is sanctified from what we call time and place. Time with us is measured by the sun. When there is no more sunrise and no more sunset, that kind of time does not exist for man. Those who have ascended have different attributes from those who are still on earth, yet there is no real separation. In prayer there is a mingling of condition. Pray for them as they pray for you. When you do not know it and are in a receptive attitude, they are able to make suggestions to you. If you are in difficulty, this sometimes happens in sleep, but there is no phenomenal intercourse. That which seems like phenomenal intercourse has another explanation. The questioner exclaimed, but I have heard a voice. Abdu'l-Baha said, yes, this is possible. We hear voices clearly in dreams. It is not with the physical ear that you heard. The spirit of those that have passed on are freed from sense life and do not use physical means. It is not possible to put these great matters into human words. The language of man is the language of children, and man's explanation often leads astray. This is in Abdu'l-Baha in London, pages 97 and 98. This is from Daily Lessons in Akka. The question, will the stations of the believers continue to be different hereafter? Abdu'l-Baha answered, yes, it will be necessarily so, for the kingdom requires it. The king appoints one to be his prime minister, another to be his greatest general, another a soldier, and so on from the highest to the lowest. If all were generals or all were soldiers, there would be no kingdom. God created the mineral, the vegetable, the animal, and man. Had he created only man, there would be no world. Now here are repeated the cables about Mrs. Maxwell and Martha Root that we had earlier. Concerning the question you have raised regarding the spiritual world beyond and our relation to it, this is a letter written on behalf of Shoghi Effendi. After death, the soul of man permanently departs from the material plane and enters the world of the spirit, in which it can indefinitely progress and advance. The nature of that spiritual world is essentially different and superior to our earthly life here. We should never imagine that we're going to suffer some loss of capacities or powers by going to the next world. This is, some of the people thought, well, I'll be blended in with the world of spirit and they won't have any bodies. Then what will I do? But of course we'll have a vehicle there that suits the other realms. And Baha'u'llah says he's left this proof of the dream in man's reality so that he might see that he can experience things without physically experiencing them. Because in dreams we seem to be physically experiencing things, but our body is not. Our body is asleep, our eyes are closed, our ears are not listening or hearing anything, and yet we're listening to music, or we're dancing, or we're running, or we're being chased, or whatever is happening to us. And it seems very real at the time, and it has a meaning for us to show that the soul has capacity to experience independent of the perceptions of the physical senses. We have one reference here with regard to relatives of believers. This is a letter from Shoghi Effendi. He says, with reference to Baha'u'llah's tablet, in which he says that all the relatives of believers will reach the kingdom in the other world, by this is meant only partial attainment. They can, however, progress indefinitely, as spiritual progress in the other world is limitless, and is not confined to those who have attained unto the knowledge and recognition of the cause while still in this world. Now that's partial answer to the question about what happens to these souls that go to the other world. There is opportunity for progress for all souls that go to the other world, and eventually, as we understand from the tablets, everyone progresses. But if you've managed to get yourself launched off in a higher orbit, naturally you're going to be seeing more things than those that just have recently gone or haven't made efforts to attain to spirituality. They would have to be educated and awakened somehow. Yes. Yes, this is now this is extended even to just all the relatives of believers. How many cousins away that goes, I don't know, but but apart from that, we have this special dispensation. In this revelation Baha'u'llah has given, which Abdul Pak confirms himself, where he says that the mother and father of one that recognizes the faith are adorned with the mantle of forgiveness in the world to come. But to some degree that's limited in the sense of it's not the same as if they had recognized the faith, but it's certainly a bounty that they will receive. Some of the parents are going to receive it with some chagrin, I think, when they have ignored hearing the faith from their children, and they find when they go to the other world that because of your daughter, because of your son, because of their services at the Baha'i World Center, now you're going to receive these special favors. You know, they say, well,
what about the covenant breakers? For example, we know that almost all manifestations usually is the family and the close relatives. They were the covenant breakers.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to have a special?
They're going to have a special position too, I'm sure. We don't know the details of that. Maybe we shouldn't know. I don't know. Well, again, in the Kitab-i-Aqdas, there's a passage in the Most Holy Book where Baha'u'llah again offers forgiveness to Yahya. Of all the people, Mirza Yahya is offered forgiveness. He says, if you but turn back to the manifestation and turn to God, you'll be forgiven. So if that's possible, the covenant breakers of all the simpler and lower grades, so to speak, will certainly have opportunities to make amends. Whether they will or not is another thing. It's the sin against the Holy Ghost that, as it says in the Bible, that there's no forgiveness for that. In other words, if the light is there and you turn this way and you refuse to turn around, then you can't progress from it. The soul has to make some movement towards the light. usually Baha'is that resign from the faith, this is a question, you know. They say to themselves, they still believe in Baha'u'llah. It's the Baha'is that have driven me out of the faith. usually is their complaint. And they're not sometimes able to bear the stress of community life and so on. I don't know. It's hard to really judge the case of each of them. Some people find that they've lost belief altogether. How their condition will be.
Regarding the spiritual relationship, for example, husband and wife, or father, daughter, brother, sister, are they this world? Is it the same as this world?
Shoghi Effendi talks about soulmates in a letter, which we'll come to that too, I think, here. That someone asked him, is there such a thing as soulmates? And he said, no, there's nothing in the teachings about soulmates. That is, we haven't been created with a perfect partner. There was this view among the Baha'is that there was another soul that you were a partner with. You know, now it might be your husband or your wife, but it might not. And you might meet them, and then it wouldn't work out. Even if you were married, it might not work out in this world, because it was really something was destined for that world, and it would all get straightened out over there. Because then people would say, well, how do I know, you know, and do I have to search the whole world to try to find my perfect partner, you know? So he said there's no such teaching in the class. That the connection between man and wife is similar to the spiritual connection, which will endure if it exists and if it's been developed. Is similar to the spiritual connection, in fact, between believers, or between a mother and a daughter, or between brothers and sisters. If there's a close spiritual bond, that's what's going to persist in the next world. And if one doesn't, or hasn't for some reason established that connection with their mate, with their spouse, then that will not be such an important relationship in the world to come. But Abdul Baha encourages us to try to build and forge a spiritual link as well as the physical and family links that we have here. And I think by being Baha'is and living together in marriage, there are invisible connections that take place that we don't always know are there. Sometimes when it gets tested, you realize how strong the bonds really are. Having taken them for granted, you find under stress that there are very strong bonds existing between Baha'is. Right?
Possible for a person to dedicate certain services or activity towards the soul or the memory of the soul or something?
Yes, this is quite acceptable. It's also stated in the writings. One can dedicate services. Now, many of the teaching campaigns are being carried on in the names of Baha'is who have passed away, or of martyrs. Also, one can dedicate philanthropic acts, contributions to the fund. That's mentioned by Abdul Baha as a means of progress of the souls in the other world. This is secure. You know, we say, well, that sounds like something I heard about in my previous religion, but there is a reality to it. And of course, prayers assist the progress of the souls. As we read, they're praying for them as they pray for us. As they take interest in us, our loved ones will surely be taking interest in us and praying for us. This question of the closeness, spiritual closeness between spouses, that also answers the question of, well, what shall I do now? I was married and I was very close with my wife, and she died, and I married again, and I've had 2 or 3 marriages, you know. So what shall I do now? It isn't the same in the next world, where you're in the company of the faithful, and the spiritual connections are there, and there's no giving and taking in marriage or bearing of children or anything of the sort. So those closenesses would all be allowable. And if there was spirituality, I'm sure all of the spouses would get along too. So. Well, I think we certainly would know who has been, you know, our spouses and so on, and who's been our mother and who's been our brother. But the question of whether I don't know how marriages are in eternity, but anyway, I'm sure if you want to be close with your spouse, you'll be close with your spouse. If you are of the same level of spiritual progress, the Master does say that in another place, because like seeks like in the company of its kind. And it seems that the law of the kingdom is that the souls ascend to the level that they are comfortable with, that stage of progress in which they can accommodate themselves. If they're at a lower stage, they would not be comfortable. And if at a higher stage also. He says we understand our own level and the souls in the degrees below us. To some degree, we can recognize that souls are higher than us, but we don't comprehend that degree. We just simply realize that it's higher. And he stated that. Do you remember there were some things we read earlier on in the course? I don't know how many of you were here for those quotes. Sorry, Coral, you wanted to say something? Do you have a question? Yes?
Yeah, we know there are 7 steps that we should take in this world to help us in the next world for making us higher in the next spiritual world. But there are 2 sins, as if we can call it, in this world, which is one of them is the covenant breakers, and the other one is the parents, if they can educate their children really good, they won't be forgiven by Baha'u'llah. What does that affect in the next world?
We don't know. Whether they will have to have some punishment, whether the punishment will, how long it will last, or what its nature will be. We know that these sufferings in the next world, we were reading, if you, I don't know if you were here when we were reading from some answered questions about what the punishments are in this world and what they are in that world. But you can find chapters in some answered questions on that subject. And it centers basically about a realization of what the opportunities that have been lost. That all these things that God had ordained for us, and we left untouched, and we didn't draw them out, and we didn't act on the possibilities that we had. So there's this remorse for inaction, as well as surely if we've done misdeeds as well, we have to add that on and worry about that. But God is able to heal all in the end. Whether He does right away, that's another thing we don't know about. And I told some of you this story that also Mr. Olinga was saying that when he was at the table with the guardian, he was telling this to a group of pilgrims in Buenos Aires. Not pilgrims, I mean Baha'is in Buenos Aires, when he was visiting there. And again, he was speaking in English and I was translating into Spanish. And a lot of the friends there were from Catholic background, and some of the older ladies had really been strong in the Catholic Church. And the whole question of heaven and hell, they would rather not have heard about, I think, in general. But anyway, Shoghi Effendi, it seems, was speaking to the pilgrims about Nasruddin Shah. And he said very sharply, and Mr. Olinga repeating what he heard from Shoghi Effendi said that Nasruddin Shah, when he died, went straight to hell. Well, that's pretty strong talk for Catholics, you know, when we translated this, and there was a kind of a stir in the back of the room, some groaning and people catching their breath. My goodness, I thought we didn't believe in heaven and hell, or in hell anyway, we didn't believe in hell. And now that Shoghi Effendi said he went straight to hell, what does it mean? Well, so I translated that line, and then Mr. Olinga stopped for a moment, a kind of deep, thoughtful pause, and then he said, and Shoghi Effendi said, after that he said, and he's still there. So when I translated that, one of the ladies in the back of the room swooned right off her chair and fell on the floor. When the whole meeting stopped, we had to go and sprinkle water on her and revive her and everything. Interesting experience. I understand this again, pilgrim note, but back in the 30s, that there was a story that when Muhammad Ali died, the Shoghi Effendi had said that when Muhammad Ali died, he went to hell, and that Nasruddin was complaining, "Where shall I go now?" Didn't want to be there with Muhammad Ali. Apocryphal story, no doubt. But how these things are, we don't know. But again, like seeks like in the company of its kind. So polish your souls in the meanwhile. Prepare for those that are thrilled by the progress of the cause and being able to serve it in some way and to share the teachings and see another soul light up with the knowledge of God, love of God. they will surely want to hear the stories from each other and be in each other's company. Please. First, I think that we have to find a quotation to support the first part of what you're saying before we try to figure out the answer to the second part. Because as far as we know, there's a letter that was written to the guardian where it said the same thing. Someone was affirming that we understand that the soul takes 3 days before it becomes disconnected really completely from the body. And is this the reason to not cremate bodies? And he said there's no such teaching that the soul remains connected to the body in the faith, that when it's severed, it's severed. So that if in an accident, the question of sudden death seems to be that the soul would have to become aware of its changed condition. Now, if you knew you were dying, or somebody said they were going to kill you and they killed you, you're prepared. But in an accident, you're just gone like that. There's an interesting passage in this respect in Not Every Sea Hath Pearls, that Lule Matthews wrote years ago. She was a widely traveled teacher of the faith. And she had heard this story at the time that somebody had asked the master. They said that when they were in Paris, or in France, somewhere in the interior, they had, during the war, had looked out of a window during rain, and they'd seen a car or an army vehicle of some sort there, and some soldiers changing the tire. But they first hadn't seen it, and then it appeared, and then it disappeared again. And they said, "What is this? How could I have such an experience?" And the master refers to the soldiers didn't know that they were dead yet. Whether this is, how she understood it and how it was repeated. But there is this possibility, but they didn't see them in a physical body or connected still to their physical bodies, but in this counterpart body that is evidently the vehicle, maybe perhaps through which some of these scenes that you, like the one you recounted earlier about the Baha'i in operation, still seeing in this world in such a clear way. But it doesn't seem that they long remain connected to the world. And certainly Abdu'l-Baha says very clearly, evil souls are not connected to this world anymore because of this question of ghosts or evil spirits being able to bother us or plague us or something. He said that's not the explanation of those troubles that we have. That these are psychic and mental problems rather than somebody outside, the devil flying around and making trouble.
I'm wondering about the subject, because, like they say, if a person died, we should not bury him very far away. I don't know exactly the time. 1 hour or that's written in outside. But I'm wondering, is there, I don't know, if there's any kind of explanation or anything in the writing that refers to this, the reason why should that be? Because otherwise sometimes people use that also as saying that there is a kind of a connection, I don't know, with the place.
Yes. Well, it would be hard to be connected with the body. I mean, if we're going to bury it the same day and everything, that's another one of the requirements of the teachings, that we don't embalm the bodies, and so people will in the future will be buried quite soon after their passing, the same day if possible. But there are no explanations that say this is the reason for that. But there are some circumstances, historical circumstances, that one can think of, and then whether it applies or not is another thing. For instance, in Iran, it was the custom of families, as an honor to their dead, to transport them from Iran by animal overland to Iraq, to the place of the shrines of the imams, and to bury them there. This was a Shia. They should go somewhere near a shrine to bury the dead. And the family would have to invest all kinds of money in this long caravan, because maybe the father of the family said, when I die, I want to be buried near the Imam Ali, for example. And then off they would go, months of travel with the whole family, and then, because it wasn't buried yet, you had to go to the funeral, you had to go to the burial. And meanwhile, perhaps the soul had an illness, And it was wrapped in a bag, and who knows, it died in the summer instead of the winter. Who knows when it died. All of this thing contributed to all kinds of problems and difficulties. And there are different societies where people spend a great deal of effort moving their dead around or flying them halfway around the world at expenses and things that, in a sense, can almost impoverish a family. So all of these things may be parts of it. We don't know what the reasons are. It's the good pleasure of God that it be buried in a place nearby where death takes place. After all, God decides the hour, and He also, this is a connection with this, where Baha'u'llah says that it's not necessary to undergo costly trips, distant travel to visit the graves of your loved ones. That you shouldn't feel bound or responsible to do that. Say that, our parents or somebody dies on the other side of the world and we're busy serving the faith. We don't have to concern ourselves. Perhaps we'll be able to, but one shouldn't feel obligated to do that. Except in the case of visiting the shrines, in which then he's made that an obligation for the Baha'is to try to make a pilgrimage. No, but praying is mentioned, and memorial meeting is usually having prayers for them, so that would be the connection with memorial meetings. But we don't have anything about having a memorial meeting after 40 days or after so many days. There are letters that say to the contrary. We don't have that in the faith. Some places we're used to that because of the surrounding, and the Baha'is have taken up the habit of doing that, having a 1 year after memorial meeting or whatever. But we don't have anything specifying that in the teaching, so it's left to the choice of the family, really concerned. Praying, contributing to the funds, or dedicating some service, such as teaching or something else. Does anyone remember any other means of assistance to the souls? I think those are the three. Okay, have a good week. We'll see you again. Well, good evening, friends. Remember last week we were discussing about the conditions of the souls in the worlds to come, especially about the faithful souls, the sanctified souls. What a beautiful vision Baha'u'llah gives us of that. Now this week we're going to discuss about the uninformed souls, those that haven't had the advantage of hearing of the revelation. And a number of other subtopics. If you have the outline, we're in section 6 now. We read the last thing I think we read was about the relatives of the believers. Is that correct? Did you have somebody taking notes? And then we have the uninformed souls, the veiled souls, and then those that deny. And souls accidentally or unjustly killed. A few notes with regard to infants, something with regard to suicide, and then the theme of the form that the soul takes in the other world. And finally, still under the condition of the departed, we have the theme of awareness of this world from that world. We had now awareness of that world from this world. Now we have some comments on the reverse direction. How do the souls on the other side perceive those of us that are still here? Just to repeat the tale of the last portion of the quote that we read last week. Shoghi Effendi is talking about the infinite or indefinite progress in the other world, because he says spiritual progress in the other world is limitless and is not confined to those who have attained under the knowledge and recognition of the cause while still in this world. So those souls that go on there can. That happened to be the reference to relatives, but it could be with reference to any of the souls that pass from here to the next realm. Now again, if you have any thoughts on this, any questions as we're moving through the quotations, please don't hesitate to indicate and we'll hear what you would like to say. We're starting with some pilgrim notes, as it turns out. These are taken about the year 1900 in Akka by Mrs. Sarah Heron. Much of what's said here, though this is more elaborate than some of the other passages, is confirmed in tablets, which we will read also after this. The question asked of the Master is, when one departs from this world, is it possible for him to advance in the other world? Abdu'l-Baha: the believer attains to eternal life, but the unbeliever is eternally veiled from the presence of God. Eternal life is knowledge of God. Eternal punishment is being deprived from seeing God, according to the statements in the Gospels. Those who do not believe are in eternal condemnation, while those who believe will be in eternal joy and delight. And it is said, the mercy of God surpasses the torment. There is great difference between eternal disappointments and the mercy of God, for when His mercy exceeds His condemnation, how can one then be in eternal torment? Seems that here first he's been, from the notes, that he's been affirming what the Christians believe. Then he starts to pull back from that. He's added this note that His mercy exceeds His justice, or the torment that He may mete out to the soul. And then he says, if this is the case, how can one then be in eternal torment? It is proved that existence belongs to mercy, while condemnation is punishment. We must reconcile His mercy with His punishments. As we find sight and hearing in the matrix, it is impossible for us to attain to them here if a child is born without them. In the same way, in this world there is a chance to know God, but if we go into the other world not knowing Him, we will find ourselves imperfect. Belief is an instrument for our perfection, the same as the matrix is the place to form organs for this world. As the people have the opportunity of believing in God, so they also have the opportunity of refusing the manifestations of God. But the comprehending power of God is never arrested in its bestowal of bounty. It is impossible for us to say that it is beyond the power of God to permit any advance in the next world. It would be rendering Him impotent. The power of God is sufficient to remove one from the station of veiling unto the station of sight and mercy. When a believer comprehends that God is all-powerful, we can beg Him to forgive those who are veiled from His bounty, and our supplications may be granted. For God is merciful and forgiving. So God can remove them from the place of disappointment to the meeting of the beloved. But man has no power to deliver himself. Only the mercy and will of God can deliver one who has been condemned to everlasting punishment. All things are divided into the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms. The mineral is only able to reach the highest station in its own kingdom. Excuse me. But it cannot attain to the vegetable, as it has not the power of growth. A plant has the opportunity to reach the highest station of its own kingdom, but it cannot leave its own kingdom and enter the animal kingdom. The highest plane it can attain is perfection in its own kingdom. So with the animal, he can only reach the highest station in his own kingdom, and he cannot evolve from his own kingdom to that of the human. It is possible for all to attain to the highest station in each individual kingdom, but it is impossible for a mineral to change its kingdom. In the same way, when one who is an unbeliever passes away, it is possible through the power of God for him to attain a high station, but he can never do it by himself, as his station is fixed so far as he is concerned. It is impossible for a piece of bread to change from the vegetable to the human kingdom, but the power of God changes it, and it is absorbed into the body of the one who eats it. So it is impossible for a man who is not a believer to change his station in the spiritual kingdom. Now, in the light of what we read earlier there, impossible for that believer, that person, that soul to change, but through the mercy and bounty of God, through the prayers and intercessions of others, their condition can be changed. In a tablet published in the Star of the West, Abdu'l-Baha says those souls who are not vivified and attracted by the Holy Spirit are accounted among the dead, because their souls are deprived of the breath of the Holy Spirit. And these, after physical death, are in a certain condition, having feeling and discernment in their environment, but in comparison with the pure souls who have been vivified by the Holy Spirit, they are as dead and deprived of life. This is volume 14, page 2. Tablet to Mr. Helbury of Tacoma. Another tablet, he says, "Then as to what thou hast asked me, for pious people who died before they heard the voice of this manifestation, those who have mounted to God before hearing the voice, or if you would, the call, I presume it's nida, if they followed the rules of conduct as laid down by Jesus and always walked in the straight path, they have obtained this dazzling light after their rising to the kingdom of God. I pray God to lift the veil for thee and to corroborate by the spirit of experience, so that all may be evident to thee by the Holy Spirit of God." It's volume 2 of the tablets, page 478. So if the soul has ascended before hearing the call of Baha'u'llah, but if they have followed the rules of conduct, in this case, of course, he's addressing Christians of Jesus Christ, and walked in the straight path, then they will attain unto this dazzling light of Baha'u'llah in the world to come.
Maybe it's just a fireside teaching. I've not read it, but I'm told that if somebody follows the rules of his own religion truly, he will not fail to recognize the manifestation.
No, because here he says before he heard the call. This is before hearing the call of Baha'u'llah, he ascends. So it means a soul that hasn't heard it all. In this tablet, I think. Those who have mounted to God, ascended to God, before hearing the voice, hearing the call, if they followed the rules of conduct laid down. So I don't think it's not contradictory. It's more difficult now if they don't recognize after they hear. That's a different situation. The letter written on behalf of Shoghi Effendi. Those who have never had an opportunity of hearing of the faith, but who lived good lives, will no doubt be treated with the greatest love and mercy in the next world, and reap their full reward. Again, a letter written on behalf of the Guardian. Concerning your question, whether a soul can receive knowledge of the truth in the world beyond. Such a knowledge is surely possible, and is but a sign of the loving mercy of the Almighty. We can, through our prayers, help every soul to gradually attain this high station, even if it has failed to reach it in this world. The progress of the soul does not come to an end with death. It rather starts along a new line. Baha'u'llah teaches that great and far-reaching possibilities await the soul in the other world. Spiritual progress in that realm is infinite, and no man while on this earth can visualize its full power and extent. Intriguing, the thought of starts along a new line of development. Great and far-reaching possibilities for the soul in the next world. Sigurd Russell was in Akka in April of 1904, and the Pope had just passed away. He asked Abdu'l-Baha, "What about this Pope? What's happened to him now?" And he's written down the note, what he heard. His condition there, in the world of spirit, is the same as it was here. While here, his eyes were not open to the real spiritual light, neither did he comprehend the real truth of God. Thus, when he left the earth, his spiritual eyes were not opened, neither his spiritual ears. He occupied a great and exalted station in this world, inasmuch as he was chosen and elected by men to be a mediator between them and God. But, therefore, it was human and not divine, since he was elected by men for this. Yes, we read that that's possible, but not necessarily so. I mean, it's a possibility. Now, Abdu'l-Baha in this case says he didn't. He went there and he stayed, eyes closed, ears closed. So, whether after that, the grace of having been remembered by the Master, who knows what, maybe he's gotten some change in conditions. Pope Pius IX, this Pio Nono, the one that Baha'u'llah addressed. It's quite an extraordinary story. This man, having rejected the message, encountered so many difficulties. First of all, it was very shortly after Baha'u'llah revealed the tablet concerning the most great infallibility of the manifestation of God that the Pope issued a papal bull proclaiming for the first time the infallibility of the Pope. That infallibility of the Pope was not a subject even understood at all prior to about 1870, just around that time. And very interesting, the connection of time sequence there. We don't know, most probably hasn't seen the tablet of Baha'u'llah, but somehow he has been prompted to reaffirm his own position with regard to pronouncements on spiritual subjects and so on. And this Pope had to suffer the humiliation of the attack of Garibaldi and the other troops on the Papal States. They came and they really besieged the Vatican. And one morning, while there were cannonballs being fired at the Vatican, he had to raise the white flag on St. Peter's. It's the only Pope that's ever had such a humiliation of that sort in all history. And he became a prisoner there, really. They gave him a place back for him to live and so on. And he wasn't very popular after that. And in fact, at the time of his funeral, they were carrying his casket. The people brought mud clods and threw them on the casket of the Pope. And then they tried to attack it and jostled it till the top came loose. And they were going to throw the body in the river at the road but they got that under control again, and they managed to bury him in a special chapel, which was the object of a direct hit by a bomb in the Second World War and was terminated. Yes.
For example, a priest who at least believes in Christ have maybe a higher station than, for example, a Jew who never even recognized Christ.
I've never seen anything related to that in the teachings. I don't know what that would be. It's interesting that we have the affirmation of Abdu'l-Baha that the souls who have lived according to the teachings of Christ and walked the straight path will attain to the dazzling light in the next world, and yet when the case of the Pope comes, he says he didn't. So we can, I think, extrapolate from that this Pope did not follow the teachings of Christ as he should have, nor did he tread the straight path in the manner that would be required so that he could recognize the light in the other world. But about this, whether you haven't made the step, when you think that, from Judaism to go to Christianity, to go to Islam, to come to the Baha'i faith, already how many steps behind? But the wonderful Baha'is of Jewish background, they just cover the whole distance in one go, fill it in. Oh, what about veiled souls and deniers? This is not the happiest part of the course, but maybe it will harrow up our souls to be sure we're not going to fall into such a category. The souls of the infidels, however, shall, and to this I bear witness, Baha'u'llah himself, when breathing their last, be made aware of the good things that have escaped them, and shall bemoan their plight, and shall humble themselves before God. They shall continue doing so after the separation of their souls from their bodies. I don't think so. It says, they will become aware of the good things that have escaped them and shall bemoan their plight when breathing their last.
So if this is that last breath, they say, I am a believer. Because Baha'u'llah says, with the last breath,
yes, you can change, yeah.
So if they're going to know that it was a truth before that last breath,
I wonder whether being aware of the things that have escaped you and turning with love and devotion to the source of light is the same thing. I think it's possible, because we have that other passage from the Iran also. Maybe that's here. Should be here someplace. Let's see, we'll go on and read these and see if we find anything else about this. This is from the Bab, such as have believed in God and in his signs are indeed the followers of truth and shall abide in the gardens of delight, while those who have disbelieved in God and have rejected that which he hath revealed, these shall be the inmates of the fire wherein they shall remain forever. Now again, you have to take this in balance, that if left to their own conditions, that's the way it is. But you have this other principle of the intervention of the mercy of God and the intervention and intercession of all of the souls in the higher realms. From Abdul Baha, as to the question regarding the soul of a murderer and what his punishment would be, the answer given was that the murderer must expiate his crime. That is, if they put the murderer to death, his death is his atonement for his crime. And following the death, God in his justice will impose no second penalty upon him, for divine justice would not allow this. It's a very interesting thing. You say, why do we have capital punishment in the Akdas? Because there's capital punishment for murder. Now, he says, if he pays, if he atones for this murder by his own death, then that's the punishment. Finished. He goes fresh to the next world. But if he manages to hide out the rest of his life, then he goes to the next world, then he has to pay there. What does he have to pay with? His life is already finished. It's an interesting... I should think that would be enough to cause criminals to hand themselves in for proper justice under the Baha'i system so that they can get their payment done and finished, before they go to the next world. If they believe? Well, that may be two separate problems, but at least they don't have to worry about this punishment on top of their disbelief. Please. It's pretty dramatic how long the effects of it last on a people. Now, Baha'u'llah has said that God has forgiven the Jews with His coming, and this is the day of the ingathering to the Holy Land again. They're coming, that in their coming they have been chosen from early times to return here in these latter days and form a protective shell for the kingdom of God. They don't know yet that's what their purpose in coming back is. But this is the explanation I heard from Mr. Haney. He said he asked the Guardian about this. But he said, the Baha'is seem to be the chosen people. Now, how is it that they're always saying that the Jews are the chosen people? He says, they were chosen, but we can't tell them now. But they were chosen at that time to come back at this time to form this protective state. Because imagine if the center was here and this was a Muslim country, an Arab country. How could we function? And then he also said that he talked about the events of these wars. He said they clearly demonstrate. He said that before God was on the side of the Arabs, and they conquered from into the west all the way to Spain, and in the east extended into their influence into China. And he said now God is on the side of the Jews, and how many millions of Arabs haven't been able to counter that assistance of God that's in the hands here? And that's related to the fact that the faith has its center here. It's a delicate subject to go into too much detail about, but if you ponder on it, the tablets affirm the reality of it. Now, if you think the Muslims, the Arabs, are going to be punished, Shoghi Effendi used to say, imagine 3 years that Christ was persecuted, and look what happened. He said now 50 years almost that the Bab and Baha'u'llah were punished and persecuted by the Muslims. Imagine in proportion what will be the suffering of the Muslims in the future. But there's one thing that changes all that, and that is if an individual steps out of that and accepts the messenger of God. In other words, those Jews that became Christians escaped from that pattern. And in the same way, Muslims now have become Baha'is. They're not under that suffering. Of course, there are events, there are world events and things. All of us are involved in that. We're suffering along with everybody else because of the situation of the world. But I think the point of it is that the way out is always through recognition of the manifestation. And that becomes a source of honor to the new faith. In other words, Jews who become Baha'is aren't persecuted because they're Jews in the faith, or Muslims because Muslims have been enemies of the faith. Now Muslims who become Baha'is, they're not under any shadow within the cause. In fact, to rejoice that the enemies and those who previously were against the cause and those who didn't recognize the progressive revelation have now all embraced the cause. So it's a source of rejoicing. But there is that element, and it's mysterious why these punishments are visited on successive generations. But I think that part of it is that those successive generations remained in the same position as their forefathers. They were not the immediately ones who were persecuting, and yet they remained resistant to the new revelation which had been sent for them. As Baha'is, we believe that Christ was the Redeemer of the Jews. He was the promised one, the promised Messiah. He came. They didn't recognize him. As long as they didn't recognize him, they were in difficulties. Now they have a kind of special dispensation for a time here. They'll have their opportunity to recognize the faith in the future too. And then they will glory in the unfolding and unveiling of these truths. The time will come. It will be a source of tremendous pride. What's happening now?
The one, for example, is it like the veil? This is what they is still a step to get in some way there are veiled from being able to understand persuasion so that they continue
Of the faith, you mean?
to protect you?
You mean?
They always came behind.
Yes. Well, that's one of the reasons we don't teach. I mean, that's part of the wisdom of this whole process. Because part of the plan of God is what they're doing. That's part of the major plan of God. But I don't think you can say they're veiled from it. You have to be very careful. You lift the cover a little and they get very excited. So you have to... There's a lot of interest in the faith, and a lot of deep interest in the faith. But there's not a whole lot of information, so...
I mean, they wouldn't be treated as, they be treated as unbelievers.
Yes, I don't know. I don't have that problem, so I haven't thought about it, but I think they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I don't see how God could hold them responsible for not recognizing the light if the Baha'is have been withheld from teaching it. So there must be special arrangements for that, I would presume, but I haven't seen anything in the writings of it. Not that I recall, but maybe someone else has heard something. I don't know. Jake, I think you had a question. Mercy, mercy. All I can say is mercy, mercy. The soul is going to have to cling to the mercy of God. God forbid, huh? Goodness, please. That's from the selections of the writings of Abdu'l-Baha. About the murderer? Yes. Selections from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, page 179. Yes. Well, if a fellow has $1 and he offers it voluntarily, that's very nice. But if he has $1 and you take it away from him, he's still missing the $1, you know. In other words, the life is still, he's given his life, whether he's given it readily or not. And the result of that evidently will be the fact that he has paid, he has atoned. Society has extracted the payment for that crime from him, whether he's voluntarily given himself or not. Seems, I don't know, I don't see that would necessarily be an issue involved. Please. We had that one line here in one of the tablets. They are in a certain condition, which he doesn't go into. Having feeling and discernment in their environment. He's being very... But in comparison with the others, they're dead and deprived of life. Now, if you read the chapters in Some Answered Questions on the punishments and the rewards and punishments of this world and the rewards and punishments of the next world, which is we covered that at an earlier class. If you reread that, you'll see what they're occupied with. Various chastisements and problems and difficulties and realization of their shortcomings and so on. We're trying to do all that while we're here, so we don't have to do it there. That's why we're chewing on the pieces of our broken hearts, and we are involved in recognizing our shortcomings, and the light of the clear manifest evidence is placed before us of how worthless we are and unworthy, and that helps to prepare the soul to focus on the light of God rather than the light of its own personal glory or something of that sort. But we don't have too many clues. Now maybe in the next quotations we'll find out a few more things, but it's rather obscure what they do. This question of the soul living in a projection of its own desires and how it relates, the fact that like seeks like in the company of its kind. What does that tell us about the gathering of souls in the other world? You know, do all the backbiters get put with all the backbiters? Do the liars get put with the liars and the whole order of the thing come apart because nobody can find out what's going on? I don't know. Maybe ways of... Can you imagine a greater suffering for a boastful person than to be for the whole world full of boastful people? Nobody would listen to their boasting. Now, of course, we all want everybody to have eternal life, and the believers kept asking the Master about this. We had, and I'm afraid as Baha'is, usually we've heard, at the beginning, we've heard very simple explanations, like the Baha'is don't believe in heaven and hell. And that's the short version. The longer version is, Baha'is don't believe in heaven and hell as physical places. That's really the whole explanation. And if we don't add that last part on, people go off thinking, oh, good, you know. I'll just be as good as I can be, and that'll have to be good enough. And then I'll go to someplace nice, whatever it is. If it's not heaven, then it's not going to be hell either. But when we read these quotations of the Bab, particularly, my goodness, the ones of the Bab are very strong, and of Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha, we realize that the hell is a very real place. It just doesn't happen to be a place of physical fire, and it's not located beneath the earth, and neither is heaven up in the physical sky. Those are the tales that the faith says are not so, as we realize. So what does he tell us? He tells us they're conditions of the soul. Now, it can be hot outside, very hot, and you can still be happy. You can be outside in the heat and still be happy inside. But if the heat is inside burning you, because you're remorseful, or you're upset with something you've done, or you wish you could overcome your shortcomings, and you just, there's no way away from that, you know. And it's this kind of perception and discernment in a certain condition, as he says, that the soul falls into. That seems to be what he's indicating. Now here's another one. He says, as to thy question, doth every soul without exception achieve life everlasting? Abdu'l-Baha says, know thou that immortality belongeth, this is also tablet, belongeth to those souls in whom hath been breathed the spirit of life from God. Now, we went into this in the early part of the course, that immortality is not perpetuity of existence in the other world. Immortality is a special condition of the human soul that has received the spirit of faith, in which the breath of the Holy Spirit breathes a new vision, a new discernment, which endows the soul then with a capacity of spiritual perception of spiritual things. The soul that doesn't have that sees only with the outer eye and not with the inner eye, and in the next world will also be limited and blind to those spiritual realities if it hasn't seen them here. Now, Abdu'l-Baha says, know thou that immortality belongeth to those souls in whom hath been breathed the spirit of life from God. All save these are lifeless. They are the dead, even as Christ hath explained in the gospel text. He whose eyes the Lord hath opened will see the souls of men in the stations they will occupy after their release from the body. He will find the living ones thriving within the precincts of their Lord. and the dead sunk down in the lowest abyss of perdition. Know thou that every soul is fashioned after the nature of God, each being pure and holy at his birth. Afterwards, however, the individuals will vary according to what they acquire of virtues or vices in this world. Although all existent beings are in their very nature created in ranks or degrees, for capacities are various, nevertheless every individual is born holy and pure, and only thereafter may he become defiled. And further, although the degrees of being are various, yet all are good. Observe the human body. Its limbs, its members, the eye, the ear, the organs of smell, of taste, the hands, the fingernails. Notwithstanding the differences among all these parts, each one, within the limitations of its own being, participateth in a coherent whole. If one of them faileth, it must be healed. And should no remedy avail, that part must be removed. This is a very important statement for Christians who are concerned about the original sin and the mark of Adam that we bring into ourselves with this world. Now, we have the potential for that, but if we don't bring it with us, the defilement comes afterwards through the actions and misdeeds of the soul. This is selections from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, page 189. Another tablet. Thou hast asked, some of these overlap each other, but the more we hear them, I think the more we get straight how Abdu'l-Baha answers them. So I've left the repetitions in many cases. Thou hast asked concerning the spirits of men. They are immortal, but the spirits of heavenly souls will find eternal life. That is, they will attain to the highest and most great stations of perfection. But the spirits of the heedless souls, although they are immortal, yet they are in a world of imperfection, concealment, and ignorance. This is a concise answer. Contemplate and meditate upon it, in order that thou mayest comprehend the reality of the mysteries in detail. For instance, no matter how much the mineral has existence and life, yet in comparison with man, it is entirely non-existent and deprived of life. When man is transformed, translated from life to death, his comparative station will be that of the mineral existence. In such wise, the mineral life typifies the death of man. This is a brief answer. We cannot realize in this world the bounty of God, nor can we appreciate His love. But in the next world, we can do so. Now, to some degree, we seem to in this world, so this must mean that relatively, comparatively, it's as nothing. Interesting how he says through contemplation and meditation you can attain to a reality of the mysteries in detail concerning these things. Now, think about it when you have chance. When you're doing whatever you do that you don't have to use your mind a lot. I think washing dishes is a good time to meditate, and sometimes washing clothes, something that you don't have to put your whole spirit into. I mean, at least your mental capacities. And some of us say, well, I have no time to meditate. But all of us have to do some kind of routine thing sometimes, and maybe that's the time we can meditate. I think that what we read, that the people of Baha will inhabit the Crimson Ark, those who have been faithful. What that means, I don't know exactly. But there seems to be a parallel connection between them. Now here he says the heedless souls subsist. They are immortal, but they are not partake of what's the word he uses here? Eternal life. They last forever, but this term eternal life applies to that state of the soul when it's illumined by the Holy Spirit, when it's illumined by the Spirit of faith. Now one has to ask, have I received the Spirit of faith? Okay, we're believers. We believe in the faith. We say we believe in the faith. Do we renew? Do we seek to increase the abundance of that outpouring in our own being? We're told in the writings very clearly that there's no cessation in the grace of God. It pours down ceaselessly at every moment upon the souls. It's the question of, does the soul turn to it and receive it, or does it not? Does it let it enter into its being? Does it open the shell of its existence so that the rain of the Spirit can come in and produce the pearls in its inner reality? Does it turn to the sunlight so that the mirror of its heart can capture the light and bounty of the grace of God? And this is all these, seems to me, all these religious instructions that we have are to help us to increase in abundance our love of God, our knowledge of God, our worship of God, our service to God. As there are degrees of existence, mineral, vegetable, animal, so there are degrees of progress for the human soul. And relatively, he says, the souls that are at the lowest stage of development in the scale of human soul, the progress and stages of development of the human soul, we have the mineral kingdom here to show us what the lowest grade is like in comparison with all the other things we have in this world. Now we go to the other world. Relatively, the mineral kingdom represents those souls who have made no spiritual progress at all, and have been heedless of the light or turned away from it. Yes, to recognize. I don't know, it's awfully hard to really know the state of the soul, but I suppose if someone became a Baha'i but really hadn't turned to the light, Abdu'l-Baha says there are many who bear the name Baha'i who aren't Baha'is, and others who don't bear the name but are Baha'is. It's kind of a curious. There are the borderline cases. Like the creatures that we don't know whether they're vegetables or animals exactly. They're kind of on the middle. But certainly having turned to the light, in order for that turning to be acceptable, Baha'u'llah says man has these twin duties. Neither is acceptable without the other. So simply affirming that Baha'u'llah is the manifestation, but never doing anything about it, never trying to conform oneself in any way to his requirements, to the laws and ordinances that poured forth from him. From the quotation at the beginning of the Akdas, we'd find that would be unacceptable in the sight of God. In the same way as someone who tried to live a good life that paralleled these laws that Baha'u'llah has given, except for obligatory prayer and some of the other essential things that he says. When people say, well, I live a good life, I don't need religion, never had a problem, I try to be as kind as I can to everyone and as honest as I can. That should be plenty, And yet he says in that sense it isn't, because it's not prompted for the right reasons. It's not welling forth from the right source. That the actions of the believers that are like also similar to their services should be the outgrowth of the Spirit of God working through them, rather than some action independent on their own. It is motivated by God. So that he says the good deeds of the believers belong to God, not to them. They come from God. All evil comes from yourself, and all good comes from God. The paraphrase of one of the verses in the Gleanings. The Master, in some answered questions, he's speaking to Laura Clifford Barney. He says, this stone and this man exist, but the stone in relation to the existence of man is non-existent. It has no being. For when man dies and his body is destroyed and annihilated, it becomes like stone and earth. Therefore it's clear that although the mineral exists in relation to man, it's non-existent. In the same way, the souls who are veiled from God, although they exist in this world and in the world after death, are, in comparison with the holy existence of the children of the kingdom of God, non-existing and separated from God. Question: if one refuses the cause of Baha'u'llah during his lifetime, may he hear of it after death? The Master says, yes, he will hear of it in his next life, but through the mercy of God alone, not through his own ability. This is in Star of the West, Volume 2. What becomes issue 16, page 3. You have 3 figures to find this. Volume 2, Star of the West, 2:16:3. If you want to write it down. Myron Phelps had published in his book on Life and Teachings of Abbas Effendi his understanding of the annihilation and destruction of the spirit. And when Abdu'l-Baha had a translator, or heard how it was, he issued a correction. He says, as to the question of annihilation and destruction of the spirit, Mr. Phelps hath not fully understood the matter, or else the translator hath made some mistake. It was not intended to convey the idea that the unbelieving souls are absolutely annihilated. Nay, rather it was meant that the existence of the evil spirits in comparison to the existence of the sanctified souls was like unto annihilation. As you clearly behold, the existence of mineral in comparison with the existence of man is like unto non-being. When the body of man is destroyed and disintegrated, it returneth to the mineral. some pilgrim notes in 1914 from Emma Jean Hoag. Abdu'l-Baha was asked, "Are there any lost souls?" And he replied, "There are souls who have the capacity for becoming quickened with the divine fragrance, and Christ, when speaking of these, said, 'One must be born again of the Spirit.' Every soul that is spiritually born through the assistance of the Holy Spirit will have an upward journey, attaining the lofty station of the spiritual world. As regards the souls who do not receive the breath of the Holy Spirit, they remain in the world of imperfection. They are as blind without intelligence and surrounded by darkness. They do not attain to the world of light. Such souls, although they have life, yet are dead, as lost, compared to souls in the world of light." Question: will God ever raise these souls to the heights that others attain? Abdu'l-Baha: God is powerful to do whatever He wills. The believers, when they were here in the early days, this seemed to be a subject that was of interest to all of them. Of course, it's the interest of all of us as well. In 10 Days in the Light of Akka, it was noted that Abdu'l-Baha said to them, "A wicked soul lacking development is non-existent spiritually, just as in the station of the tree, the stone is non-existent because the stone lacks the powers and development of the tree. Therefore, a soul which continues in a condition of non-development through violating the will of God suffers extinction and is spiritually non-existent. The fields and flowers of the spiritual realm are pointed out to us by the manifestations who walk amid their glories. It remains for the soul of man to follow them in these paths of eternal life through the exercise of its own human will." Now we come to the question of children, infants. This is from the Tablets of Abdu'l-Baha, Volume 2. It says, "As to the subject of babes and infants and weak ones who are afflicted by the hand of oppressors." Right? So many people dying innocently in terrorism and other such events, wars and so on. Abdu'l-Baha says this contains great wisdom, and this is a subject of paramount importance. In brief, for those souls there is a recompense in another world, and many details are connected with this matter. For those souls, that suffering is the greatest mercy of God. Verily, that mercy of the Lord is far preferable to all the comfort of this world and the growth and development of this place of mortality. So this is a good answer to all of us that say, well, how is it fair, that they died so young and didn't have a chance to grow and develop? And he says that this is the cause of much greater development than if they lived here. So now we're in a state of punishment in relation to the ones who die and get caught in some of these events and things because of the recompenses that God has provided for them. Yes? Yeah.
No, I know.
Of course, they haven't become defiled in any way, So now, how they're educated in the other world, how they develop there, we don't know. But we were talking about that before. I think about how many more are the souls. Really, we're the rare exceptions that somehow are still surviving on the earth. That most of the souls conceive, most of the children conceive, pass away, even in the womb, and how many more are born and die very shortly thereafter? And infantile mortality has been so high in the world for so long. Now that will begin to change. But meanwhile, we have abortion taking away millions and millions of lives also. Maybe, yes. Well, they have lots of gardens, and they have lots of children, so they must have something like that. Yes. I suppose you could say that. We remember the definitions of angels we had in the course several weeks ago. We were talking about these are the sanctified souls and the souls with heavenly qualities. Of course, there's a difference of innocence from lack of exposure and experience, and innocence because of one doing the right thing and retaining one's purity. This is Abdu'l-Baha says, one is a position of weakness, having not yet passed through experiences, and another is a position of strength, having won spiritual battles. So that the spirituality of the beginning is different from the spirituality that we attain to when we fight for it. It has a different value. That is on page 337 of the tablets, this one about infants and children. Many who have not understood what Christ meant by baptism think if a child dies without passing through this ceremony of baptism, its soul is lost. But this is not true, for the child has not sinned and goes from this world quite free from faults and defects. And oftentimes, Abdu'l-Baha adds, and oftentimes baptism of infants is attended by great danger to the child. Some of the forms of baptism, and the cold and exposing it to... That's also in a tablet. In some answered questions, what is the condition of children who die before attaining the age of discretion or before the appointed time of birth? The answer, these infants are under the shadow of the favor of God, and as they have not committed any sin and are not soiled with the impurities of the world of nature, they are the centers of the manifestation of bounty, and the eye of compassion will be turned upon them. And again he says, an undeveloped infant soul, rests with the mercy of God, and through the eternal bounty it will not be deprived of that mercy. Finally, we have a dream that was sent by one of the believers. And this event seems to have taken place here. At any rate, the account was written down, and then one of the believers sent it back to Abdu'l-Baha because it was very interesting and they wanted to know, is this authentic or not? And Abdu'l-Baha signed it as correct. The dream and Abdu'l-Baha's interpretation of the dream to the person who described what does this mean. Now I'll read the whole thing for you and you'll see. This is also reprinted in Star of the West. A young girl became evident to me. This is the person recounting the dream. As belonging with the family, but I could not make out who she was. She spoke of a horse that my son had had long ago, but I did not understand what she meant. After a time it became known that she was my daughter, and I felt grieved to think that I had not been conscious of her presence in all the past years. She seemed not hurt, but surprised that we did not understand her. Just as I was waking, I realized that she was our little baby who had passed away over 21 years ago, when 9 months old. That's the end of the account of the dream. And the lady added, she was my idol, and because I loved her so much, I tried hard to put her out of my thought, and the dream made me feel that we should not do this. Abdu'l-Baha: that child is your trust within the charge of God. She was a child when she went, but you shall find her full grown in the kingdom of God. You shall find her mature. You shall not find her there as a child. You shall find her perfect and mature. As to the horse once belonging to your son, of which she spoke, horse in the dream means a wish. It shows that your daughter has fulfilled her wish and her desire, and that shows the loftiness of her station. The wish is one in which your son shared, but she attained to it. It is my hope, God willing, that he too will attain to it. Surprise was expressed that a child of only 9 months could have a wish, and Abdu'l-Baha said, the child was born with a wish. Mrs., and the name is not here, Mrs. whatever the lady's name was crying, and Abdu'l-Baha continued, do not cry, be happy because you saw her, and you saw her perfected. You must be happy. She is your trust with God. You have not lost her out of your hands. The only difference is this, that you gave her as a trust to God as a child, but you will take her back as a full-grown person. I had a son who was 4 years old, and when he died, I did not at all change my attitude. I gave my son to God as a trust, and so, at his death, I did not grieve. And the lady said, but there is a difference. You gave your son to God, but God takes ours. Abdu'l-Baha replied, it is the same thing. In both cases, it is a trust of God. Abdu'l-Baha said, the cause of her surprise is this, that you are crying. Your daughter would say, I have a good mother. She must be happy. Why does she cry? I'm surprised. The cause of her surprise is the thought that you do not recognize her. She belongs to a realm in which everything becomes mature, and she expected you to see her in the state of perfection in which she manifested herself to you. But the fact that you looked at her in this way, and that now you are crying, is proof of your not having recognized her. For had you recognized her in the dream, you would not be crying now. Relative to the comment of the lady, that she tried to put the child out of her thoughts, Abdu'l-Baha said, it is not in man's control when to forget one. It is not good for one to try to forget them. One must always remember them. Star of the West, Volume 9, Issue 9, page 102. Children of unbelievers and infidels who die before the age of responsibility are not punished because they are under the favor of God. Regarding the in memoriam section of Baha'i News, although suicide is so strongly condemned in the teachings, it does not mean that a person has ceased to be a Baha'i because he killed himself. He should therefore be mentioned the same as other believers in this section. It's a letter from Chogi Effendi, repeated 3 times from different sources. See if we can get through. I don't know how long this section is. Let's take this section on spiritual form. Very interesting to contemplate this. Baha'u'llah says in one of his tablets that when the soul attaineth the presence of God, it will assume the form that best befitteth its immortality and is worthy of its celestial habitation. Abdu'l-Baha says, the answer to the third question is this, that in the other world the human reality doth not assume a physical form. Rather doth it take on a heavenly form, made up of elements of that heavenly realm. Doth not assume a physical form, rather doth it take on a heavenly form, made up of elements of that heavenly realm. So it would seem to imply we have physical elements and we have spiritual elements. That world is a mirror of this world. Things in this world are mirrors of realities in higher realms. They have different significances at those levels, but there are parallels and counterparts from what we've been reading. When the souls leave the bodies, they do not assume elemental bodies. Whatever man thinks regarding this is but his own imagination. This is in a tablet to Mrs. Cooper, Ella Cooper. The spirit results from the union of the body and the soul. Then the spirit becomes immortal, always remaining with the soul and forming for it after death a sort of ethereal body. And finally, a tablet of the Master, he says, you will retain your individuality and will not be swallowed up in one vast spirit. Concerning the condition of the human soul after its ascension from the material world, the essence of the human soul is clarified from material substances and purified from the embodiment of physical things. It is exclusively luminous. It has no body. It is a dazzling pencil of light. It is a celestial orb of brightness. That is surely the most specific definition I've ever heard in the tablets of the condition of the soul in the other world. This is in Star of the West. It's a tablet, again to Mr. Helbury of Tacoma, cited in Star of the West, volume 14, page 2. Now, next week we will be taking up the question of the awareness. We'll have to save that for the next class. The awareness of those souls in that world, of the likes of us in this world, and then about the means of advancement in the hereafter, which we've discussed at different times. The bounty and grace of God, intercession, the influence of prayer, the role of free will, charities, good works, charitable deeds, and so on. That's within the one of infants and babes and those who it's the same thing in a car accident. I mean, they're not held responsible. So I think that all of accidental deaths of all sorts would. Won't go into those details. Everyone settled with their supper now and ready to pay attention to their immortal parts. I was going to ask you to all come up in a semicircle, but I think it's already, there's enough now. So I'll stand up, but you don't mind if I lean once in a while. We've, in our outline of the course, some of you may just be joining the class. There's a subject outline sheet, which some of the friends have. If you don't have one, you can perhaps share one with your neighbor or get a copy from someone afterwards. And we've been passing through now a number of weeks reading extracts from the writings about the immortality of the soul. And we started off with explanations about the human spirit and everlasting life. And that had to do with the purpose of existence and the relationship of the soul and the body and themes of that sort. Then we had some discussion about the meaning of symbology related to immortality as found in past scriptures, an understanding of death as the process of death, and something about the hereafter, the passage to the next life, the moment of death, and the nature of the invisible realm, what we have in the writings and generally what we can hear about the spiritual world. And now we're dealing with section 6, which has to do with the condition of the departed. And we've discussed the fact that the soul's individuality is retained. It's no way lost when it goes to the next world. It doesn't become less conscious, it becomes more conscious. That the true believers have a very exalted station in the next world, that the relatives of believers benefit from the fact that they're related to those who have recognized the manifestation of God. We had a little about those who have not heard about the faith before they die and how they have an opportunity to hear as they enter the next world. Something about veiled souls and something about souls who die accidentally or are killed unjustly, or children who die very early in their lives. And Abdu'l-Baha explains that there are many details related to their treatment, and that if we understood it, we would wish that we had died young or in an accident or something of the sort. There's a lot of recompenses in that sense. I think we've had a few statements about suicide along the way. You perhaps recall that a pilgrim note that I mentioned, that someone was here in the early 50s and Shoghi Effendi they mentioned about suicide, and Shoghi Effendi said suicide is like arriving at a banquet uninvited. Seems like a very apt description. Besides all the more serious implications of it, you just wouldn't feel very comfortable arriving at a party that you weren't invited to, you know. Your time will come, your invitation will be ready eventually. Spiritual form, the soul takes on a form suitable to its existence in each of the worlds of God, that we should not identify form only with material substance. It can also be constructed of spiritual substance. And one of the proofs of that is how clearly we see things in dreams. In dreams we see bodies, and we see mountains, and we see oceans, and we see all kinds of things. And yet our physical eye is shut, and all of the senses that would naturally perceive those things in an outer physical manner are not operating. And Baha'u'llah said he's left this as a sign of the existence of the soul in human reality, that people couldn't deny the existence of the soul. So it becomes clear to us that we can have very intense, real experiences independent of our bodies. And this obviously is in a sense a sign of the kind of experiences that we will have after death. But they will be much more intense and much more beautiful, and they will be endowed with a special reality. Now we come to the section awareness of this world. We earlier had a section where we discussed the degree to which man in this life might know something about the other world and attain to some understanding of it. And this is very limited. From here to there is a very subtle thing. Abdu'l-Baha says that one can perceive the fragrances of that realm with a pure, detached soul. One can feel close to their loved ones. Not necessarily that you're going to have certainly not the kind of things that happen in seances where you hear voices and get instructions on the Ouija board or something like that. That's a different kind of connection that Abdu'l-Baha says has to do with this world rather than the next world. But just the feeling of warmth, just the feeling of love that you might receive if you were with a dear one or close relative or a parent in this world. You feel them close, and you feel moved to pray for them, as perhaps they're praying for you at that moment. So what then is the awareness of this world from that world? We have a few quotations on this subject here. So this is from Prayers and Meditations. Baha'u'llah says, "And when thy promise came to pass, and the set time was fulfilled, thou didst lift to an imperceptible degree the veil of concealment, and lo, all the inmates of the kingdoms of thy revelation and of thy creation shook and trembled, except those who were created by thee through the fire of thy love, and the breath of thine eagerness, and the water of thy loving kindness, and the clay of thy grace. These are they who are glorified by the concourse on high and the denizens of the cities of eternity." So now we find that one of the occupations of those on the other side is to glorify those souls that have been spiritually reborn, so to speak, in this world. Obviously they must observe them if they're going to glorify them. "O ye rich ones of the earth, flee not from the face of the poor that lieth in the dust, nay, rather befriend him, and suffer him to recount the tale of the woes which God's inscrutable decree hath caused him with which God's inscrutable decree hath caused him to be afflicted. By the righteousness of God, while ye consort with him, the concourse on high will be looking upon you, will be interceding for you, will be extolling your names and glorifying your action." Now just think in your own life how sometime if somebody takes a little trouble to ask you how you are and listens to you tell about little problems you've had or big problems you've had or whatever they just showers that little kindness on you, how much it means. Now here's Paula's saying that we should do this with the poor, particularly with those who have suffered disadvantages. Now in the pioneer field, in travel teaching field, you'll find lots of opportunities to do that because you mix with all levels of the population. And this attitude of loving kindness, of sympathy towards others, he says, is applauded by the concourse on high. And they pray for us and intercede on our behalf if we do such things. So you feel supported, the people you're speaking with and are also encouraged. A very beautiful human action. Now, Baha'u'llah, speaking to one of the enemies who had engaged in persecutions and so on, says, "Thus hath thy soul prompted thee, and thou art truly one of the heedless. Thine act hath consumed the hearts of the concourse on high, and those of such as circle round the cause of God, the Lord of the worlds. The soul of the chaste one, Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad, melted by reason of thy cruelty, and the inmates of paradise wept sore in that blessed spot," which gives you an idea that they're watching and engaged in understanding and indeed pained by the proceedings of the enemies of the cause in this world. But this whole page 81. This is some verses attributed to the Bab, which is supposed to be found in Amelia Collins' prayer book. It was published in From Copper to Gold, page 107. We'll read it. It's interesting in its content, but remember that it's a pilgrim note, perhaps of a pilgrim note. Death does not separate the soul of the believer from his scene of previous activity, but only increases his powers. All those who work for this great cause will continue to do so whether they are in the body or out of it. If martyred, they will attach to those who can best secure their influence, and the power of these will be doubled or quadrupled by the dynamic assistance of those who have already left the scenes of outward action. In a tablet this time, Abdu'l-Baha says, "An observant traveler passing along a way will certainly recall his discoveries to mind, unless some accident befall him and efface the memory. Likewise, thou wilt not forget the life that thou hast had in the material world." This is a promise of the Master in a tablet. In another tablet, "Thy beloved mother ascended to the apex of the kingdom. She is the associate and the companion of the spiritual ones. They witness this world and the inhabitants thereof. For the veil is rent asunder, and the covering is taken away from before the insight. Beg of God for them the exaltation of spiritual degrees." Words of Abdu'l-Baha appearing in the Fortnightly Review, which is an English periodical, in the month of April 1912. Abdu'l-Baha was interviewed. Abdu'l-Baha was asked whether we thought those on the other side were able to see what happened to those they loved still on earth. He replied, "They see all as it affects the spirit. A great joy, a great sorrow, a sin or a great deed, all these things darken or cloud the soul, or cause it to rise into greater light. So they see every earthly event that touches you, for good or ill, reflected in your soul. That is the meaning of angels who rejoice over one sinner who repents. Very interesting quotation. You see these things the way they are reflected in your soul. So now if you have your loved ones, your grandparents, your parents watching you, and they're aware of the state of your spirit, it's becoming mist and shrouded and darkened, or if it's exulting in light, reflecting the bounties of Baha'u'llah, they observe these things. Another talk of Abdul Baha here in the Holy Land, he says, hence the inferior degree is entirely out of touch with the superior degree, but the upper can look down upon the lower and help it. That is why when we live in this world, we are not informed of the existence of the spiritual world, but the dwellers of the world of spirit know about us and can assist and help us. These are beautiful promises of the Master here. One of the pilgrims asked Abdul Baha, can our friends see us from the spiritual world? Abdul Baha answered, of course they can see us, and know everything we are doing, for that is the world of real sight and sense. Again, pilgrim asked, do the dead pass entirely away from the earth, losing all consciousness of and interest in the people and affairs of the world? No, Abdul Baha said, the dead retain both interest in and remembrance of those they love. The evolution of the soul after death, the passage in the Gleanings on page 156 regarding the evolution of the soul after death clearly proves that the soul, after its separation from the body, keeps its individuality and its consciousness, both in relation to other souls and to the human beings in the world. In a letter Shoghi Effendi, written on Shoghi Effendi's behalf, he says, man can certainly recall past experiences in his evolution, and even when his soul leaves this world, it will still remember the past. And again in another letter, and now concerning your question as to whether man can recall experiences prior to the present state of his evolution in this world, he certainly cannot have any recollection, and the experiences he can remember are confined solely to those through which he has passed in the post-embryonic or earthly stage of his existence. So much for some of the groups that think they're exploring their prenatal experiences, and because they got bumped here or their mother danced the tango, they had this trauma and that thing happened to them, and they go on with a lot of this. There's a whole lot of things going on. But here Shoghi Effendi seems to be saying, sorry, there's no remembering of these things at all. Post-embryonic or earthly stage of his existence. Never mind about the ones that were the Queen of Sheba and other things in past lives. That's another subject. Now we come to the section. Well, you want to talk about this one? Now tell us some. What can we say about these things? We don't know, It's not exactly a topic for tremendous conversation. But we do see that we're being watched. I think that's one thing. It's interesting. Interesting observation that we're being watched. As far as being all alone doing whatever we want to do, we never are. That, of course, Baha'u'llah says he sees everything. God says he sees everything. Abdul Baha says he sees everything. So that's an encouragement somehow to keep a bright and friendly face and not complain too bitterly, and realize that we can be the cause of the rejoicing of our loved ones and of the friends and of the concourse on high if we do what we're supposed to do. How many times in Shoghi Effendi in his messages he says, he extols some community, some high activity, some achievement of some goal. And then he adds on to it that the concourse on high applaud you from their retreats of glory. So we have the concourse looking down, and they come to assist. They want to see that their work is effective. Now, of course, if we're open channels in our activities and our teaching and so on, we are promised that we will attract the confirmations of the concourse on. We remember in the classes we studied about concourse in one sense is the spirit of Baha'u'llah, because of course those souls that are a part of that concourse are those that have conformed themselves wholly to the will of God. They become instruments of His will. So there isn't two wills operating. You're not getting assistance from some source independent of Baha'u'llah, and yet somehow this confirmation, this bounty, is mediated through those heavenly souls. And Baha'u'llah affirms that the arts and sciences are affected by detached souls in the other world. They are actually the source of the inspiration for arts and sciences. They are, what does he say, the leaven of the arts and sciences in this world. So then there's a whole set of beings that are involved in that. Other ones that are involved in confirming teaching work. Or maybe they're the same ones, I don't know. Now, we have the means of advancement in the hereafter. Does anybody want to ask anything or say anything? Yes, please. No. You may have a thought or a question that just will suit somebody else in the room. And you think, oh, well, I don't want to say that here. But it might be useful. Anything? I don't think that this is limited in that sense to just to Baha'is, but maybe the way they would perceive it would be different. Maybe the degree of their insight, if they weren't souls that had evolved spiritually and developed spiritually, they might see things in different terms. I don't know how that is. But Abdu'l-Baha says evil souls, for example, are not connected with this world at all after death. And then he talks about those souls that haven't awakened spiritually yet, having an existence which is really like nothingness, like a mineral existence in the next world, and that they have some feeling and experience within an environment of their own, which would tend to think that their world is really an unreal world. But it's very hard for us to judge, to know where souls who have been in this life and passed on, where they are really situated. We pray for our loved ones, like relatives who aren't Baha'is. Maybe they've recognized the manifestation. Maybe they have advanced. We just don't know, really. Do you know of any quotes that tell us? I don't. Beside these, I don't know. Any other thoughts? Means of advancement in the other world. We have 4 topics here. Bounty and grace of God, intercession, the influence of prayer, the role of free will, and charities and good works. Let's see by reading these what we can understand about this topic. Thus it is established. This is from some answered questions of the Master. Now, some answered questions, is table talks of Abdu'l-Baha, but these have been worked over by Abdu'l-Baha. He's taken the manuscript of the Persian manuscript of the talks that were taken down at the same time as an English translation was given to Laura Barney whenever she needed it. She knew some Persian and she was following it. Then he in his own hand has corrected some answered questions. He's written in extra lines, he's corrected things. So it has for us the same authenticity as revealed text. And this is why it is such an important book of the cause. And indeed, Shoghi Effendi says that the 2 books that we need as teachers of the faith to master the essentials of the Baha'i teachings are Vikatabi Gan and some answered questions. And they interrelate at a number of levels. Thus it is established that this movement is necessary to existence, which is either growing or declining. Now, as the spirit continues to exist after death, it necessarily progresses or declines. And in the other world, to cease to progress is the same as to decline. But it never leaves its own condition in which it continues to develop. For example, the reality of the spirit of Peter, however far it may progress, will not reach to the condition of the reality of Christ. It progresses only in its own environment. Well, obviously there we have this difference between a manifestation of God and a soul who is dependent on the manifestation of God. So it isn't as if we grow up to become a manifestation and later on beyond that. There are some doctrines where they said we'll become like God. I think the Mormons teach this, that the soul moves and progresses and Jesus is ahead of us, but we'll catch up to where he is, but then by that time he will be much farther evolved. And he will always remain ahead of us, but that everybody's moving along the same line. This is not the Baha'i teaching. The Baha'i teaching is that the human kingdom, that of servitude, is one condition. There are high exalted stations in the perfection of servitude, Abdu'l-Baha being in the top rank. And then there's another world, the world of the manifestations of God. And there, within those, there's certain differences from an outer point of view, but inwardly they're all said to be one as well. Abdu'l-Baha says that the prosperity of children in this world and the kingdom depends upon the good pleasure of parents, and without this they will be in manifest loss. The prosperity in this world and the kingdom depends upon the good pleasure of parents, of one's parents. That is, that they should be pleased with us. And without this, these children will be in manifest loss. Whether this world, also in this world, we should have good relations with our parents. And I think Muhammad has said in one of the traditional sayings, he says, paradise is under the foot of your mother. If she doesn't lift it for you there, you're not going to see it, you know. Now this is in a time when we're rebellious with our parents, and increasingly, you can see that there's a tremendous importance in becoming a Baha'i, as being a Baha'i, to treat with respect and honor our parents. And this is pleasing to God. We're talking about means of advancement in the hereafter. Parental good pleasure is one of the means of advancement. I don't know what you do when you have non-Baha'i parents that are upset that you're Baha'is. That's a good question. You pray for them. Hope that they will eventually become pleased. As they become adorned with the mantle of forgiveness on entering the next world, because one of their offspring is a Baha'i, perhaps that will soften their hearts. The Master has asked in some answered questions, through what means will the spirit of man, that is to say the rational soul, after departing from this mortal world, make progress? The answer is, the progress of man's spirit in the divine world, after the severance of its connection with the body of dust, is through the bounty and grace of the Lord alone, or through the intercession and the sincere prayers of other human souls, or through the charities and important good works which are performed in its name. Now you see all these teaching projects around the world in the names of the Hands of the Cause and members of the House of Justice and the martyrs. That has an influence on their souls in the other world, he's telling us here. Services that are performed in their name. In a tablet, Abdu'l-Baha says, for the kingdom of God is sanctified from time and place. It is another world and another universe. But the holy souls are promised the gift of intercession. You know what intercession means? Interceding, that is, beseeching on behalf of someone else before the throne of God, asking for favors on behalf of other souls. And he speaks about effective intercession. There's a story about Zayn al-Muqarrabin. Zayn al-Muqarrabin is one of the great scribes of Baha'u'llah. His text, copying of the divine text, is considered the most important of any of the copies, with the exception perhaps of the Master. And Baha'u'llah says that you should go by the copies of the writings in the handwriting of Zayn. Zayn being short for Zayn al-Muqarrabin. Zayn al-Muqarrabin. Muqarrabin means the near ones, and this Zayn is like the ornament or adornment of the near ones. It's the jewel of the near ones, so to speak. There is a tablet from Baha'u'llah which says that extols the sanctity of this man. Baha'u'llah, writing to him, tells him how holy he is, how sanctified he is. And he says, because of this, anything you ask of me for any other soul will be granted. Such a promise he makes to a living soul. But then the trust, he knows who Zayn is. He's not going to ask for things that he's not supposed to ask for. Now, presumably Zayn retains this power of intercession, but then he says the souls have this power of intercession. But he was given a very high station. You'll see his photograph in Mr. Tarzade's book in volume 1, Zayn al-Muqarrabin. He has a full white beard and very sparkly eyes. And I've mentioned to you before that he had a good sense of humor, and he used to joke with Baha'u'llah. Now, most people couldn't even speak around Baha'u'llah, just completely overwhelmed. He was close to him, and he had this spiritual quality, and he was able to, at this human level, also joke with him. And he's the one that this story is told about, the olives that he come to have a visit with Baha'u'llah. Baha'u'llah was having breakfast, and he was having some olives and some cheese and some tea. So Baha'u'llah asked him to partake of the breakfast with him, and he thanked him very much. He had some tea and he had some cheese, and Baha'u'llah said, "You didn't serve yourself any olives, have some olives." Thank you very much. And Baha'u'llah was talking about other things, and he said, "Oh, you haven't had any olives, have some olives." And then he said that Baha'u'llah quotes a verse from the Quran in which God is quoted there as saying, "I swear by the fig and the olive." It refers to two mountains, but the mountains are symbolized by the fig and the olive. So Baha'u'llah cites this verse from the Quran to emphasize to Zayn the station of olives. You should have some olives. So Zayn looks down and he says, "Forgive me, Lord, but he swore by them before he tasted them." In a tablet, thy beloved mother ascended to the apex of the kingdom. She is the associate and the companion of the spiritual ones. Beg God for them the exaltation of spiritual degrees. So now, this is the reverse. We're supposed to be praying for them as well. It says, be confirmed, Abdullah says to a Baha'i whose husband had died, be confirmed with such deeds as to become the cause of his joy and happiness in the other world. So think, our actions here can rejoice the souls of our loved ones in the other world. Now you're all here, your grandfathers, your great-grandfathers are there, and they're all excited because my great-grandson, my great-granddaughter is serving in the world center of the faith, at the heart of the cause. She's cleaning the shrine. She's scrubbing the house of justice. He's working in the gardens, or whatever it is. They're all excited about this, all proud. Remember, I told you the stories that Shoghi Effendi was saying that when May Maxwell died, she went around talking to Baha'u'llah and talking to Abdu'l-Baha and talking to the Bab and explaining to her daughter how wonderful her daughter was, or everything she was doing. She was doing this and she was doing that and she was just so wonderful. And Shoghi Effendi, joking with Khanum, said that if she doesn't stop doing this, they're going to send her back. Another tablet. The results of thy services thou shalt find in the divine world, the limitless universe of the True One. Their fruits will likewise become apparent ere long in this world. Now, some of the souls have had to work in the dark. I mean, they pour out their lives, they dedicate themselves, and they don't see any results here, or very little results. Some of the Knights of Baha'u'llah spent years alone in a remote island or country without any apparent success at all. And their reward is stored up in another kingdom. But also, eventually, there's breakthroughs here. Places like that, the first Baha'i, a single Baha'i, becomes a tremendous event. First in a closed society, for example, who breaks with the tradition. Some of these first Greek Cypriot Baha'is are real heroes and heroines. Very tightly knit society in Cyprus. Other places around the world we have conditions like this too, where to become a Baha'i is literally to be ostracized from the society entirely. And the first one that does it is a brave soul, a very brave soul. So, the effects and results of your services are stored up in the divine world. Now, that would mean, it's like putting money in the bank. If you want to spend it all, if you're saying to yourself, well, I've given so much to the cause, I don't know why things don't go better for me, and why I don't have more things that I want, and why God doesn't give me the things I ask for when I pray, and so on. Maybe it's a good idea not to spend everything you've got in your savings account, just leave it there. Let Him decide. Be content with whatever He's ordained for you, and let your services collect their just interest in the other realm, so to speak. O thou omnipotent Lord, in this great dispensation thou dost accept the intercession of the sons on behalf of their fathers. This is one of the special infinite bestowals of this cycle. Therefore, O thou Almighty King, accept the request of thy servant at the threshold of thy singleness, and submerge his father in the ocean of thy graces, because this son is confirmed in the accomplishment of thy services, and is displaying the utmost efforts at all times in the pathway of thy love. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, and the kind. This was a tablet given to a believer to pray for his father. This one is in the prayer book now. Retranslated. The original prayer has the man's name, the father's name in it. It's been removed there, you don't see it. When man departs from this mortal world, this is a tablet again of Abdu'l-Baha. When man departs from this mortal world to the world to come, nothing is of any help to him save the forgiveness of his friends, relatives, and family. Inasmuch as the Lord is merciful to His servants, He will answer their prayers, though it be forgiveness for those souls who have not sought the favor of God. This is a great bounty given especially for this glorious age and wonderful cycle, because the Lord has manifested Himself with great power to the people of this new century. A new subject here. And we have some major subjects from God passes from some answered questions here. And as we haven't dealt with these yet, I'll read some of these here. we heard earlier, Peter cannot become Christ. There's a difference in station. All that he can do, all that a Peter can do, is in the condition of servitude to attain endless perfections. For every existing reality is capable of making progress. As the spirit of man, after putting off this material form, has an everlasting life, certainly any existing being is capable of making progress. Therefore it is permitted to ask for advancement, forgiveness, mercy, beneficence, and blessings for a man after his death, because existence is capable of progression. That is why in the prayers of Baha'u'llah, forgiveness and remission of sins are asked for those who have died. Moreover, as the people in this world are in need of God, they will also need Him in the other world. The creatures are always in need, and God is absolutely independent, whether in this world or in the world to come. The wealth of the other world is nearness to God. Consequently, it is certain that those who are near the divine court are allowed to intercede, and this intercession is approved by God. But intercession in the other world is not like intercession in this world. It is another thing, another reality, which cannot be expressed in words. It's from chapter 62 of Some Answered Questions. He says it's another thing, another reality which cannot be expressed in words. That's the only reference I've seen to it. How is intercession? How does one intercede? The souls in the other world. How do they intercede for us before God? And he tells us there's no ways to explain it. This is a more general chapter 63 of Some Answered Questions. The evolution of man in the other world. Know that nothing which exists remains in a state of repose. That is to say, all things are in motion. Everything is either growing or declining. All things are either coming from non-existence into being, or going from existence into non-existence. So this flower, this hyacinth, during a certain period of time was coming from the world of non-existence into being. And now it is going from being into non-existence. This state of motion is said to be essential, that is natural. It cannot be separated from beings, because it is their essential requirement. It is the essential requirement of fire, to burn. Thus it is established that this movement is necessary to existence, which is either growing or declining. Now, as the spirit continues to exist after death, it necessarily progresses or declines. He gives an example. He says, look at this mineral. However far it may evolve, it only evolves in its own condition. You cannot bring the crystal to a state where it can attain to sight. This is impossible. So the moon, which is in the heavens, however far it might evolve, could never become a luminous sun. But in its own condition it has apogee and perigee. However far the disciples might progress, they could never become Christ. It is true that coal could become a diamond, but both are in the mineral condition, and their component elements are the same. With regard to perfections, he says man is said to be the greatest representative of God. And he is the book of creation, because all the mysteries of beings exist in him. If he comes under the shadow of the true educator and is rightly trained, he becomes the essence of essences, the light of lights, the spirit of spirits. He becomes the center of the divine appearance, the source of spiritual qualities, the rising place of heavenly lights, and the receptacle of divine inspirations. If he is deprived of this education, he becomes the manifestation of satanic qualities, the sum of animal vices and the source of all dark conditions. The reason of the mission of the prophets is to educate men, so that this piece of coal may become a diamond, and this fruitless tree may be engrafted and yield the sweetest and most delicious fruits. When a man reaches the noblest state in the world of humanity, then he can make further progress in the conditions of perfection, but not in state, for such states are limited, but the divine perfections are endless. Both before and after putting off this material form, there is progress in perfection, but not in state. So beings are consummated in perfect man. There is no other being higher than a perfect man. But man, when he has reached this state, can still make progress in perfection, but not in state, because there is no higher state than that of a perfect man to which he can transfer himself. He only progresses in the state of humanity, for the human perfections are infinite. Thus, however learned a man may be, we can imagine one more learned. Hence, as the perfections of humanity are endless, man can also make progress in perfections after leaving this world. Question: if one refuses the cause of Baha'u'llah during his lifetime, may he hear of it after death? Abdu'l-Baha says, yes, he will hear of it in his next life, but through the mercy of God, not through his own ability. Question: are we able through love and faith to make those on the other side hear of the cause who had not heard of it here? Abdu'l-Baha: yes. Surely sincere prayer always has its effect, and it has a great influence in the other world. We are never cut off from those who are there. The real and genuine influence is not in this world, but in the other. This was in a discourse in Paris in 1911. Finally, words of Abdu'l-Baha to a pilgrim cited in Star of the West: one can pray for the dead, and by so doing their spiritual condition will become better. These last are notes of Ethel Rosenberg. Teachings given by Abdu'l-Baha in 1904 to Ethel Rosenberg, who was one of the early British believers. Abdu'l-Baha said that through the mercy of God, not through his justice, the condition of those who have died in sin and unbelief can be changed. We are commanded to pray that their condition may be changed. As we have the power to pray for these souls here, so we have the same power in the afterlife, in the kingdom. The power of this prayer of intercession is a special teaching of this religion. To pray for the dead was not given as a special religious command, of any prophet until this day of the blessed perfection. The grace of effective intercession is one of the perfections belonging to perfect and advanced souls, as well as to the manifestations of God. Jesus Christ had the power of interceding for the forgiveness of his enemies when on earth, and certainly has this power now. Abdu'l-Baha never mentions the name of a dead person without saying, "May God forgive him," or words to that effect. Followers of the prophets have also this power of praying for the forgiveness of souls. Therefore, we may not think that any souls are condemned to a stationary condition of suffering or loss, arising from absolute ignorance of God. The power of effective intercession for them always exists. All the people in the other world, are they not the creatures of God? Therefore they can progress in the other world. As they can also receive light by supplicating here, so they can also receive light by supplicating there. One of the means of advancement is prayer by the individual soul itself, for itself. The rich in the other world can help the poor, as the rich can help the poor here. In every world, all other creatures of God, they are always dependent on Him. They are not independent, and can never be so. While they are needful of God, the more they supplicate, the richer they become. What is their merchandise, their wealth? In the other world, what is help and assistance? It is intercession. Undeveloped souls must gain progress at first through the supplications of the spiritually rich. Afterwards, they can progress through their own supplications. So, Star of the West, Volume 2, page 318, 319. So the same thing again. Questions asked in Ramla, in Egypt, to Abdu'l-Baha in May 1911. Is individuality retained by the various individual consciousnesses? Abdu'l-Baha, complete individuality belongs only to the station of the Prophet. Those who follow him are under the shadow of his station. After death, man does not develop through conscious effort, but through the power of divine bounty or unfoldment. All good works, loving memories, prayers, and help from lesser beings assist the soul to push forward after death. May thou ever be in a prayerful attitude. In all the worlds of existence, there is nothing more important than prayer. In a letter published in Dawn of a New Day, Shoghi Effendi says, the intercession spoken of by Baha'u'llah in one of his prayers, which you have quoted, is a purely spiritual act and is applicable to Muhammad as well as to all prophets. This passage, however, refers more particularly to that kind of intercession in which Muslims believe, though the manner and circumstances of it, according to Baha'i belief, are mysterious and unknowable. Then Shoghi Effendi to Canada says, no one of the galaxy of Baha'i, of immortal heroes now gathered to the glory of Baha'u'llah can contemplate with greater delight the advances which this community has made, or intercede on its behalf, than she, May Maxwell, who has won the peerless title of the mother of that community, the initial phase of whose career was signalized by the founding of the mother community in the European continent, and the conclusion of which was crowned by a death cementing the spiritual bonds now indissolubly uniting the North and South American continents. Now, the House alluded to this, the reality of this in its message, which you just received for the conference in Buenos Aires about May Maxwell. I hope you all noticed there was praise of the Latin American friends serving at the World Center and who have served at the World Center. Here's a further explanation with regard to the influence that our being Baha'is has on our relatives. Shoghi Effendi, through his secretary, says, "We cannot take the teaching that if a believer remains steadfast till the end of his life, he will be the means of the spiritual awakening of all," underlined, "his ancestors too literally, especially as it is reported and not in an authenticated form. However, we can be assured that the true and faithful believer is in a much better position to intercede for his ancestors and aid in their development than if he were not spiritually enlightened." As to the advisability of praying for the departed for 40 days after their passing, this is entirely an originally Muslim practice and constitutes in no way an obligation on any believer. To pray for the dead is very beneficial and helpful and is always a source of comfort and satisfaction. But there is no reason why it should be confined to a definite period of 40 days. Some of the Friends of the East have memorial meetings after 40 days and so on. We don't have anything in the teachings requiring us to have such things. The believers are free to do so, but we should realize it's not a Baha'i teaching. And some will have a memorial meeting for departed loved ones after a year, but one could really have it at any time if you wanted, gathering friends to pray for the loved ones who have passed on. We believe that God's mercy exceeds His justice, and through the repentance of a soul and the prayers and supplications of other souls and the goodness of God, even a person who has passed away in great spiritual darkness can be forgiven, educated spiritually in the next world, and progress. That's very reassuring. In a letter, he says, the Master has told us that gifts and good deeds done in memory of those who have passed on are most helpful to the development of their souls in the realms beyond. Concerning Thornton Chase, Abdu'l-Baha has said, as many times as possible, at least once a year, you should make it a point to visit his tomb, for his spirit will be exhilarated through the loyalty of the friends, and in the world of God will it be happy. The friends of God must be kind to one another, whether it be in life or after death. The Blessed Perfection has invited him to his kingdom. At this very moment he is submerged in the sea of his bounty. Just Abdu'l-Baha was in California when Thornton Chase passed away, and he went, visited his resting place himself, and he kissed the tomb of Thornton Chase, who was the first designated as the first believer of the West. But this idea that visiting the resting places of these noble souls lifts their spirits and so on. Yes. Well, you try to have your actions conform to what the requirements of the writings are as best you can, I think. And remember that the prince of all goodly deeds is teaching of the cause. It's the traveling and teaching and serving the cause. So this is one area we don't always think of teaching as a goodly deed, but it's really the best of deeds, because it has eternal benefits for the souls that we share the writings with or in some way uplift. He feels sure this offering, expended in the memory of your dear ones, will rejoice their spirits and aid them to progress in the world beyond. Now, this is another thing. Financial offerings to the fund in the name of souls who have passed away has a benefit, spiritual benefit, on them in the other world, as ordained in the writings. Please.
I was just curious
Mm-hmm. If they hadn't been a Baha'i? Yes. Sure, because you're giving them money, but you're asking that they get the benefit. And the House for Justice issues receipts, that this money has been given in loving memory of such and such a person or soul. And that brings us to the end of this section. Activities in the other world will be next week's spiritual menu. What do the souls do in the next world themselves? We've had some hints from all of this, but there's a few other quotations on that subject. Baha. That child is your trust within the charge of God. She was a child when she went, but you shall find her full grown in the kingdom of God. You shall find her mature. You shall not find her there as a child. You shall find her perfect and mature. As to the horse once belonging to your son, of which she spoke, horse in the dream means a wish. It shows that your daughter has fulfilled her wish and her desire, and that shows the loftiness of her station. The wish is one in which your son shared, but she attained to it. It is my hope, God willing, that he too will attain to it. Surprise was expressed that a child of only 9 months could have a wish, and Abdu'l-Baha said, the child was born with a wish. Mrs., and the name is not here, Mrs. whatever the lady's name was crying, and Abdu'l-Baha continued, do not cry, be happy because you saw her, and you saw her perfected. You must be happy. She is your trust with God. You have not lost her out of your hands. The only difference is this, that you gave her as a trust to God as a child, but you will take her back as a full-grown person. I had a son who was 4 years old, and when he died, I did not at all change my attitude. I gave my son to God as a trust, and so, at his death, I did not grieve. And the lady said, but there is a difference. You gave your son to God, but God takes ours. Abdu'l-Baha replied, it is the same thing. In both cases, it is a trust of God. Abdu'l-Baha said, the cause of her surprise is this, that you are crying. Your daughter would say, I have a good mother. She must be happy. Why does she cry? I'm surprised. The cause of her surprise is the thought that you do not recognize her. She belongs to a realm in which everything becomes mature, and she expected you to see her in the state of perfection in which she manifested herself to you. But the fact that you looked at her in this way, and that now you are crying, is proof of your not having recognized her. For had you recognized her in the dream, you would not be crying now. Relative to the comment of the lady, that she tried to put the child out of her thoughts, Abdu'l-Baha said, it is not in man's control when to forget one. It is not good for one to try to forget them. One must always remember them. Star of the West, Volume 9, Issue 9, page 102. Children of unbelievers and infidels who die before the age of responsibility are not punished because they are under the favor of God. Regarding the in memoriam section of Baha'i News, although suicide is so strongly condemned in the teachings, it does not mean that a person has ceased to be a Baha'i because he killed himself. He should therefore be mentioned the same as other believers in this section. It's a letter from Chogi Effendi. Repeated 3 times from different sources. Let's see if we can get through. I don't know how long this section is. Let's take this section on spiritual form. Very interesting to contemplate this. Baha'u'llah says in one of his tablets that when the soul attaineth the presence of God, it will assume the form that best befitteth its immortality and is worthy of its celestial habitation. Abdu'l-Baha says the answer to the third question is this, that in the other world the human reality doth not assume a physical form. Rather doth it take on a heavenly form, made up of elements of that heavenly realm. Doth not assume a physical form, rather doth it take on a heavenly form, made up of elements of that heavenly realm. So it would seem to imply we have physical elements and we have spiritual elements. That world is a mirror of this world. Things in this world are mirrors of realities in higher realms. They have different significances at those levels, but there are parallels and counterparts from what we've been reading. When the souls leave the bodies, they do not assume elemental bodies. Whatever man thinks regarding this is but his own imagination. This is in a tablet to Mrs. Cooper, Ella Cooper. The spirit results from the union of the body and the soul. Then the spirit becomes immortal, always remaining with the soul and forming for it after death a sort of ethereal body. And finally, a tablet of the Master, he says, you will retain your individuality and will not be swallowed up in one vast spirit. Concerning the condition of the human soul after its ascension from the material world, the essence of the human soul is clarified from material substances and purified from the embodiment of physical things. It is exclusively luminous. It has no body. It is a dazzling pencil of light. It is a celestial orb of brightness. That is surely the most specific definition I've ever heard in the tablets of the condition of the soul in the other world. This is in Star of the West. It's a tablet, again to Mr. Helbury of Tacoma, cited in Star of the West, volume 14, page 2. Now next week we will be taking up the question of the awareness. We'll have to save that for the next class. The awareness of those souls in that world of the likes of us in this world, and then about the means of advancement in the hereafter, which we've discussed at different times. The bounty and grace of God, intercession, the influence of prayer, the role of free will, charities, good works, charitable deeds, and so on. That's within the one of infants and babes and those who it's the same thing in a car accident. I mean, you're not held responsible. So I think that all of accidental deaths of all sorts would. Won't go into those details. Tonight we're entering upon the theme of activities in the other world. Obviously we can't know very much about this, but there are some hints and some clues. Gathering them together, thinking about them. will give us some vague idea anyway. Certainly enough to tell us that there's more to do than sit on clouds. Some of the things that we traditionally have believed about life after death. Now, in some of the previous classes, we've had some other references to activities in the other world. Can you recall any of them? Witnessing the reality of every sanctified soul. Okay? That's it? All right. That's one of the things we'll want to do in the next world. We'll want to meet other souls. We'll want to see other souls and see how they embody the Spirit of God, the unseen Spirit of God that becomes mirrored and reflected in sanctified or pure-hearted souls. Every facet, every individual that we see will reflect that light in a rich and unique and different way than every other soul. So we'll be very keen about it. Because everything will be like a new revelation, a new little something additional, maybe something stupendously additional to every other soul that we meet. What else? Who Abdu'l-Baha, in this vision that he had, said he was preparing him to be a professor in the University of the Kingdom. Well, that's not a text, but it's, there seems to be something about the school of God. Even Baha'u'llah speaks about it in the Akdas, that he attended this school before the creation was set up. Got some divine, eternal indications there of whatever it is he needed to know. What else? Pray for souls in this world. Activity in the other world is praying for our loved ones and for others here. Attain the presence of God in the next world. What does that mean? Have we had an explanation that tells us what attaining to the presence of God in the next world consists of? Attaining the presence of the manifestation of God, seeing the now, if you talk about witnessing sanctified souls, imagine what it must be like to witness the manifestations of God in the next world, with the veils removed and the full splendor of their position revealed.
Didn't you refer to a program note or a tablet of Abdu'l-Baha where he referred to one of the great Baha'is who was well known here in the future, who was taking teaching trips in this world?
What was he doing? He was diffusing the divine fragrances. Yes. In Memorials of the Faithful, in the accounts that Abdu'l-Baha has written about some of the outstanding faithful believers in the past, he recounts, he's talking about one particular Baha'i there, and he says he was a great teacher. He said one night he had a dream about him, and he saw in this dream, he saw this gentleman in the next world, and he was very happy. He said he'd just come back from a trip. He'd been in this beautiful areas. The food was very good over there, and he had met lots of souls, and he was very excited. He'd been diffusing the divine fragrances. And Abdu'l-Baha makes a footnote to this, and he says diffusion of the divine fragrances is the term for teaching in the next world. Of course, there's also a term for teaching in this world. Sometimes in the tablets you see that too. So it sounds like you have teaching activities over there. And you'll be eating something. We don't know what it is, but we're told we can drink of the four rivers of paradise, which stand for the four different qualities of eye of divine revelation. What are those? You know? Gosh, will you know them when you see them? 4 of them. What do you think they might be? Milk, 1. Water, 2. Wine, 3. Honey, 4. Got him. That's good. Those stand for what? What do those stand for? We don't know absolutely, but I mean, the Baha'i teachers have given some interpretations. Mainly Mirza Abul Fazl said this. They said there's a throne, and from the throne of God, from under the throne of God, in the center of paradise, there flow 4 rivers. These are the 4 rivers. And he believes that these 4 rivers characterize the different kinds of revelation, the different kinds of teaching of the manifestation of God. So what would, say, milk be? Nourishment, yes, it is nourishment, but also it builds bones. It has a very solid proteiny effect. So this stands for the laws, particularly laws and ordinances. And then water. Water has to do with, generally in scriptures, with what? Purity, because to do with cleansing. It also has to do with baptism of water and fire. Do you remember what the water stands for there? The teaching. The teaching of God to us. In other words, it has to do with knowledge. Fire has to do with love, and water has to do with knowledge. In that instance, Abdul Baha explains. To be baptized with water is to be baptized with understanding. So spiritual knowledge and things like the Igan, in that sense, would be like the flowing of doctrinal truths, spiritual truths. Choice sealed wine. Probably all of these things can overlap in one way or another. It just happened to be that we were talking about this division that Abul Faz gave to it, and some hints you have, but that's the good. It's associated. But also, wine is associated with intoxication, and so it may have to do with also the spiritual teaching. Spiritual or mystical teachings of the faith, and then. Honey could be prayer, perhaps. That sense is both nourishment and sweetness. There are different ways that you can look at that. The whole idea is that to think in terms of these very fixed categories actually signifying spiritual things.
Did Mirza Abul Fazl discuss this in something that's translated into English?
Yes, it's in the introduction to Baha'i Proofs. An introductory essay. What else? Do you remember anything else? We have this judgment scene. Rendering accounts. Okay. What else? That's a good one. Detached souls inspire the arts and sciences. We read that they are the leaven of arts and sciences in the world of being. Pure and detached souls. So somehow they'll be mediating to the intelligence of man in this world. I'm so curious.
One thing that's hard for me to understand is how could you be attached to anything when you're in the alpha state? What could you be attached to?
What? Sure, there are things. If you have a consciousness in reality, it's not objects, things, processes, and things, or activities that you attach
I don't want to go help the teaching work because it's so comfortable here in paradise. The concourse has to work too hard. And I have my lovely little orchard here with my spiritual flowers. There are these prayers where it says, assist me to be detached from all things in earth and heaven. There are things in heaven you can get attached to. Maybe your spiritual station. Maybe you'll be attached to your shortcomings. Maybe you'll be attached to your self-pity. Who knows? Not your self-pity, but I mean a person's self-pity could be attached. Maybe you'll be attached to your anger at God because you didn't have all the things in this life just the way you wanted, and there was something that happened, and you kind of blame God in your heart, and you're holding this. People happen. This happens to people. Strange things. Well, everybody's talking about all the things in the other world that are pleasant and nice. Nobody's mentioned the other things that we've read about. Those are also activities in the other world, it seems. Deprivations, experiencing aridity and deprivation, the spirit experiencing deep remorse for the opportunities lost in this life. So there's a whole range of feelings that can take place. Now we've had a few other hints when we've read passages that have to do with, for instance, the hidden word, where the name of the one that was sore tried in the claws of the dogs of earth, and then it says the inmates of paradise fell down on the dust and wept and beat themselves and so on. And there are dreams that Baha'u'llah has that are recited, accounts that are given in God Passes By, where he talks about the spiritual ones, the holy ones in the other world, lamenting at what's happening to the manifestation of God in this world. So there must be a lot of information, a lot of awareness about all kinds of things that are going on. Then we read last week that they lament, the souls in the other world lament and rejoice in the victories, spiritual victories that we have or don't have in this life, in this world. So one of the things they do is they see this world from that world. So that's another activity. The points that we had listed here are not inclusive of all of these, but in one way or another they are. That we have listed spiritual association amongst the loved ones, the knowledge of divine mysteries, that service to God is possible, the diffusion of the divine fragrances, detached souls leavening the arts and sciences, the use of prayer, the ability to pray, the mediation of the Holy Spirit, being mediators of this Holy Spirit of the manifestation, and then some notes on the increased influence of souls after death. Or we can easily understand if they're going to live in the arts and sciences, they would have a tremendous influence. But there are other promises in this regard. So, again, we'll be reading these quotations. Some of them will be the confirmation of things we've just mentioned. We'll be repeating them again. And some of them will be fresh. At least we'll hear them within the context of the writings themselves. Just a word of, being curious about this for years. I got started with notebooks with sheets in them that I would keep around. These 2 whole notebooks are everywhere sold here because they're the student notebooks that the kids always have for school. And I had some sheets of newsprint and other cheap paper cut up and 2 holes put through them, punched. And I keep a pile of them around. When I'm studying anything, I'm studying some particular subject for some other reason, and I come across something that bears on this subject, then I would take a note of it. I would write it out by hand, usually, because I find that copying it, looking at it, copying it, identifying where it's from, and putting it in a pile of papers helps me to remember that it's there, helps to set it in my mind rather than just noticing it on the page. Very active, having to copy it. Then I put these handwritten sheets in piles, gradually, everything that had to do with immortality. At first I started up with some limited area of immortality, like the soul in the other world. And then I saw so many references to immortality, attaining to immortal life and serving the cause of God here. So that whole first part of this course that has to do with the character of immortality as being another condition of the soul while we're living here, one which we would want to attain if we're going to partake of the blessings of eternal life in the hereafter. And that was also confirmed in certain texts. So then I expanded it two ways. The piles were about anything that had to do with eternal life and the blessings of eternal life here in this world, and then whatever it was in the next world. So I pile these things up. Now, you can do this with any subject in the writings that you want. You could search, actually. Maybe you have a very specific subject that you want to hone in on, for instance, reincarnation, or something of the sort. And you go and you write, you find everything, you search, actually, consciously, rather than looking for some other subject. You're now searching for reincarnation. But then you find occasionally a quotation in the search for reincarnation which defines the role of the manifestation. It just happens that you have a collection of quotes on the role of the manifestation and on symbols of the manifestation. So you've got this pile that you keep putting quotes of the manifestation as divine educator, the manifestation as divine physician, the manifestation as the divine gardener, the manifestation as the son of truth, and you're piling those in there because you're going to do something with those sometime too. But meanwhile, you're going through these things on reincarnation, you're finding everything you can find about that, and you're writing it down, Then you get the pile together. Then you look through these, you start reading them. Now that you've copied them all down, you read them through once, maybe twice, you look at them. And you start to try to feel, how could I organize this material? This quotation says the same as this one, and you start laying them out. And you probably, if you've got many sheets, you want to do this in your bedroom or someplace where you have a big space on the floor and tables and everything, because you'll start making all kinds of different piles. And then you think, well, that should be over here as well. And sometimes you'll find you have to put a note and say that also this such and such a quote over in that pile, it pertains part of it to this. Or you have to start breaking the quotations down into smaller segments. And finally you'll get them there, and you begin to build up from those quotations an outline, a subject outline, a topic outline of what you're studying. And put this in some kind of logical order. In other words, you systematize the information available to you in the writings on that subject. And that brings quotations that are very similar to each other, so that you can see what is it that Abdu'l-Baha, for example, in this explanation of reincarnation, always mentions when he teaches about that. How many different approaches does he have to explaining the question of reincarnation? And when he gives a short answer, what is the essence of the thing that he doesn't leave out? Because you want to be able to answer this question. It's going to arise in your teaching work. And then you'll find the juxtaposition of different examples with this subject. And you'll find some stories and accounts which will add special kind of color to when you want to teach this. For instance, one of the short answers, lovely short answers, I probably have mentioned this here earlier in the course. Abdu'l-Baha was asked about, didn't he think that in order for God to be just, that we'd have to be able to come back and live here again, and if we'd lived here poor, then we would come back and be rich, or if we were abused and treated badly here, then we'd have to come back and be treated well, and so on. They asked Abdu'l-Baha what he thought about that, and he said that no merciful God would make any soul pass through this world twice. Now, that's something that kind of rings in everybody's hearts. Everybody's sympathetic with that, because no matter how good their situation is, they're not really keen about coming back twice. I mean, unless you don't think there's another world altogether. And the only choice is to come back here, and you say, well, okay, I'll settle with that. But otherwise, nobody wants to go through this again, once is enough. And that kind of appeals to people's logic. Anyway, this is a way that you can study, or perhaps you do study that way, or perhaps you have a method that works better than that. Maybe you have a notebook with alphabetical tabs, and you write these quotations on subjects there to start off. But then you may wish to take it into further state of organization. The thing I like about notebook sheets is that you can keep moving them around, and even when you change your mind later, you can move these sheets over here, and when you finally have them in an order you like, you can number them in some sequential pattern, And then you can go through the notebook and take out your 5 or 10 favorite quotations because you're going to give a little deepening or a little fireside. You have those quotes out and you talk about it. Or you draw a few of these and a few of those and a few of another notebook because you want to have a kind of introduction to the Baha'i teachings on spiritual topics, so you take a little of everything. Then when you're finished, you can go load them back in. They're all coded in some way, and you can get them back in the notebooks where they go. And gradually you build up 2 notebooks, 5 notebooks, 20 notebooks. I think I've got about 22 notebooks, something like that, on different subjects like this. And it helps. Now you've got the computer to assist you. It's good if you do some of it by hand, because you want to know what's in the book. You want to understand the range of subjects and where to find them. And somehow searching just with a computer with the title of a book and coming in pieces, you never know the size and the kind of the weight of the book and the full horizon of that particular volume. So you need a little of both. But then after you've done that, to be able to search and find things quickly, the computer is a blessing from God, from which I hope we don't have to detach ourselves in the other world. And now, this is from Baha'u'llah, and now concerning thy question, whether human souls continue to be conscious one of another after their separation from the body. Know thou that the souls of the people of Baha, who have entered and been established within the Crimson Ark, shall associate and commune intimately one with another, and shall be so closely associated in their lives, their aspirations, their aims and strivings, as to be even as one soul. They are indeed the ones who are well informed, who are keen-sighted, and who are endued with understanding. Thus hath it been decreed by Him who is the all-knowing, the all-wise. Where's that from? Glean, that's right, page 167. The people of Baha, who are the inmates of the Ark of God, are, one and all, well aware of one another's state and condition. Good heavens. You can see why you'd want to be honest and clean and wholesome and everything in the next world. Everybody's aware of one another's state and condition. And beside that, they're united in bonds of intimacy and fellowship. Such a state, however, must depend upon their faith and their conduct. They that are of the same grade and station are fully aware of one another's capacity, character, accomplishments, and merits. They that are of a lower grade, however, are incapable of comprehending adequately the station or of estimating the merits of those that rank above them. Each shall receive his share from thy Lord. Blessed is the man that hath turned his face towards God and walked steadfastly in His love, until his soul hath winged its flight unto God, the sovereign Lord of all, the most powerful, the ever-forgiving, the all-merciful. Where's that from? You know? It's also from Baha'u'llah. It's Gleanings, page 170. It's a very interesting, very revealing passage. Then Abdul-Baha in a tablet says, the real meeting consists in the communication of heart, or of the heart. I hope that this communication will become strong, for the hearts which are spiritually related to each other, their meetings are eternal, both in this world and in the universe of God. Tablets of Abdul-Baha, page 589. Again, a tablet of Abdul-Baha, he says, as to the question whether the souls will recognize each other in the spiritual world, this fact is certain. For the kingdom is the world of vision, where all the concealed realities will become disclosed. how much more the well-known souls will become manifest. The mysteries of which man is heedless in this earthly life, those will he discover in the heavenly world. And there will he be informed of the secret of truth. How much more will he recognize or discover persons with whom he hath been associated. Undoubtedly, the holy souls who find a pure eye and are favored with insights will in the kingdom of light be acquainted with all mysteries and will seek the bounty of witnessing the reality of every great soul. Even they will manifestly behold the beauty of God in that world. Likewise, will they find all the friends of God, both those of the former and recent times, present in the heavenly assemblage. And know thou for a certainty that in the divine worlds, the spiritual beloved ones will recognize each other and will seek union with each other, but a spiritual union. Likewise, the love that one may have entertained for anyone will not be forgotten in the world of the kingdom. Moreover, thou wilt not forget, or likewise thou wilt not forget there, the life that thou hast had in the material world. Pages 205 and 206 of the volume 1 of the tablets. What do you think it means? Do you have any idea? How do we feel when we look in each other's eyes, we look in each other's face, when we really like each other, or when we feel that each other have spiritual qualities? You have a deep appreciation of someone, you look at them and with sympathy, and they look back, and there is a communication. There's something very real that goes to cementing us together. Think of the communication between a mother and their small children, the love that goes back and forth between them. All these communications of heart, and it's spiritual something. People can say with words that they love you and that they admire you and everything, but that has to be accompanied by the reality of the communication of the heart, which affirms it, confirms it. And it has to do with spiritual feelings, I think. And as Abdullah says, it's the real communication. Even thanksgiving, he says, thanksgiving in this day, the essence of thanksgiving is not the, oh God, thanks be unto thee, by itself, he says, but rather the illumination of the heart, the excitement of the heart, as a result of witnessing or perceiving the bounties of God. Then the heart rejoices, begins to dance, exult. This is thanksgiving. This is true thanksgiving. This is what thrills God too. This is what God responds to. So that's the thought that comes in my head at the moment. Now, we have a lot of spiritual Baha'is here. We've got some other ideas we should say. Communication of the heart, please.
I have a question. I was thinking about this quote, which I've been meaning to look up. I don't know if it's authentic, but you would probably know. It's a Mental Baha, and it says, out of the fusion of two souls, a third subtle entity is born, which has neither, it's immune from the forces of time and distance and space. Are you familiar with that?
That sounds like something in an article by Rosemary Sala. That was, having to do with soulmates. It was kind of the basis upon which the believers understood that there must be such a thing as a soulmate. The fusion of souls. But I'm not sure. But that reminds me of that, and I would be a little wary of it until I double-checked it. But there is something that grows between souls. Whether it's meant to just grow between two souls, I'm not sure. Seems to have a broader implications for the organic unity, spiritual unity of the body of the believers. He calls upon the believers to be so united that we all have the same hands and same feet and same eyes. It's that kind of unity. Single entity unity. We have examples in nature of that kind of unity. When you think of a school of fish where the slightest movement in the water, you've seen this thing. The whole school of fish, every fish reacts spontaneously, or the fish species reacts and it turns. That particular species, everybody does the same thing. There seems to be something common in packs or herds or in animals that runs between them, a common feeling that they respond to and alert each other all spontaneously, very quickly. They don't have to. One fish says to the next one, "There's a danger over there," and he turns, and then everybody turns. It doesn't happen that way. It's just suddenly they all move. Communication of the hearts. This is this unseen flow of emails at the World Center that nobody is able to monitor. Probably there's a lot of communication of the heart going on. But there, in that spiritual world, Abdullah says, he will look upon and comprehend all things with his inner eye. There will he gaze on his fellows and his peers, and those in the ranks above him and those below. Their equal status is at the beginning of their existence. The differentiation followeth their passing away. And we've had other passages that deal with this, that the souls are all equal at their birth. But then they position themselves according to their deeds, according to their merits, according to their activities, according to their spiritual victories. And these differences will become clear, particularly in the next world. Another tablet of Abdul-Baha, he says, "As to thy question regarding discoveries made by the soul after it hath put off its human form," so we'll be discovering. Certainly that world is a world of perceptions and discoveries. For the interposed veil will be lifted away, and the human spirit will gaze upon souls that are above, below, and on a par with itself. It is similar to the condition of a human being in the womb, where his eyes are veiled and all things are hidden away from him. Once he is born out of the uterine world and entereth this life, he findeth it, with relation to that of the womb, to be a place of perceptions and discoveries, and he observeth all things through his outer eye. In the same way, once he hath departed this life, he will behold in that world whatsoever was hidden from him here. But there he will look upon and comprehend all things with his inner eye. There will he gaze on his fellows and his peers, and those in ranks above and those below. And as for what is meant by the equality of souls in the all-highest realm, it is this: the souls of the believers at the time when they first became manifest in the world of the body are equal, and each is sanctified and pure. In this world, however, they will begin to differ one from another, some achieving the highest station, some a middle one, others remaining at the lowest stage of being. Their equal status is at the beginning of their existence. The differentiation followeth their passing away. This is selections from the writings of Abdul-Baha, page 170, 171. Yes? The first quotation we read there was this sentence: "They that are of a lower grade, however, are incapable of comprehending adequately the station or of estimating the merits of those that rank above them." Of adequately. So I think it tells us that just as in this life we know that there are souls that we see, we recognize they're higher souls than we are. We just see that they're farther along the path, their spiritual perception is more, everything. And we see them there, but we don't know what it is they know more than us. It's clear to me that they know more. It's something you just realize. This soul is the embodiment of love, of tender love, spiritual love. Anybody that gets near them feels drawn and magnetized by this, and it has an effect. You see people like that. Then you think of it. I suppose we don't fully understand it. We get happy about it, but it's beyond us to really kind of fathom the station of a martyr. And yet the spirit of the martyrs will be communicated to us in some way. The effect of it surely has already affected us. But how much more when we meet them in the other world, and they recount to us how they walked through fire, and what the confirmations of Baha'u'llah were, and how he came to them, and what he did. All of these things will have a deep effect on us. So we can benefit from them, but we benefit from them within our own circle of knowledge and understanding that has to do with our particular degree of growth and development. This is the way I understand. In other words, we're not blinded by them, but we're not in the same intimate association that we would be with those that are similar grade with us. You had asked concerning the disclosure of spirits after the dissolution of bodies. This is the same quotation in another translation. You want to hear two translations? It's a little different. This is an older one. You had asked concerning the disclosure of spirits after the dissolution of bodies. Undoubtedly, the other world is a world of disclosure and vision. For there the veil will be removed, and the human spirit will witness the souls above it, beneath it, and of an equal rank with it. So this tells us he will see the souls that are higher. When he departs from this world into the other world, whatever was veiled from him in this world will become disclosed to him in the other. And in that world he will comprehend and perceive all things with the eye of insight, and will witness those like him, equal to him, above him, or outside of him. This is a further quotation from the Fortnightly Review, April 1918, citing teachings of Abdu'l-Baha. This is a British magazine. Love will unite all those whom physical death has parted. But it must be remembered that we can only be in perfect touch with those on the same plane of development as ourselves. It is so here, but we are not so acutely conscious of it now as we shall be. You see? You can understand perfectly those below you, but not those in advance of you, though they can come down to you. It is the same law as we find in this world. The mineral kingdom is distinct in its conditions from the vegetable. Impossible for the mineral to conceive of the kingdom of powers of the vegetable, which grows and changes from a seed into a flower or a tree, drawing its nutriment from earth and air and water. So again, it is impossible for the vegetable to conceive of the kingdom above it, the animal whose powers and senses so entirely transcend its own. Equally, the animal can never comprehend the works of man's brain, for man alone of all the animals is not governed by the conditions in which he finds himself. He has no fins, but he conquers the sea. He conquers the night by creating for himself light, the cold by making heat, his limited senses by supplementing and extending them. He assails heaven itself, that he may rise to God, his Father and Creator. To the animals other than man, the attainments of man are inconceivable, just as inconceivable as the next plane above and beyond this is now to us. For there we shall find new powers, new senses, As far transcending these we have, as they transcend the powers of those on the planes below us. Now, Abdu'l-Baha, in the tablets where he speaks about the divisions of spirit, in some answered questions he mentions 5 divisions of the spirit. Remember? He doesn't start with mineral there. He's given a condensed version sometimes. Sometimes he gives a more expanded version. In the expanded version, there's also the mineral spirit. But generally, in some answered questions, he talks about the vegetable spirit, the animal spirit, the human spirit, the spirit of faith, and the Holy Spirit. And he describes those and how they relate to each other. And each one is above, and the difference of degree means that they can't be understood. Now, this one man understands the kingdoms below him, and through the influence of the Holy Spirit, he attains to the additional power of the spirit of faith, which endows him with this eye of insight and enables him to perceive spiritual realities and to intuit divine understanding from Scripture and from experience. Now, in other tablets, Abdu'l-Baha names the stages of the soul, and he goes through from the mineral and comes up to the human rational. And then he begins a series in the same sense. For instance, there will all be, in one set of definitions, he calls them all nafs. This is a word for soul. In another tablet, he uses the same scale, but he calls them ruh. So you have ruhi and sani, or nafsi and sani, means the human soul or the human spirit. But after he gets to the highest stage of this rational speaking, the speaking animal, man the speaking animal, man the creature of speech, then he starts into spiritual conditions. And he describes the inspired soul, and he describes the detached soul, the perfect soul, the soul who's pleasing unto God, the soul of the kingdom, the soul of the dominion on high. Describes these various planes and describes the characteristics of these stages. And he started with mineral, vegetable, animal, and then he goes on up the scale. So this idea that we say, well, yes, but the differences between a mineral and a vegetable, or between a vegetable and an animal, this is so great. How can you compare the differences between souls to those kind of differences? How is it that we wouldn't comprehend? And yet he's telling us there's this scale difference. There are these major breaks and movement into new conditions of soul that we really can't comprehend. And the souls of what he calls the kingdom are very high indeed. I mean, that's like coming up to the end of the 7 valleys or something. So we may see each other in the kingdom, but we may not understand everything we see. We may have a lot to learn, and we may be taught. I don't know. Mr. Olinga told me that he'd had some experiences where he was taken to the next world and sat in a large assemblage where there was this center. They sat around a center where there was this tremendous fountain of light, he said, and everyone just thrilled. This fountain would pulse, and the waves and emanations would come off and bathe everyone, and they would just be gradually imbued with understanding of whatever subject it was that the fountain was giving forth. Now, who knows the reality of this dream? He says it's a dream, but at the same time, it gives you the impression of in what ways may we be educated, or may our spiritual lives be enriched in the next world through this witnessing of the divine light, through the pure form of the beauty of God pouring out of the manifestations of God. Just cleanse us and wash away all that which we don't need to have in our being. Gradually draw us into fuller spiritual experience. I suppose that could happen to us here now, if we wanted to pursue it too. If you got up and went all the way across Africa to open a virgin state of Africa, and you were there all alone, and the enemies of the faith were after you all the time, you might have some dreams like that too, I suppose. Question: can disembodied souls communicate with embodied ones? Master says yes, but they do not do it through mediums or material ways, but in spiritual ways. This is cited in the Star of the West from a tablet and an editorial. From a tablet in an editorial entitled Psychic Forces. And these notes were made from the words of Abdu'l-Baha when he was in America in 1912. Later, a copy of the notes was submitted to Abdu'l-Baha in August 1914 by Mrs. Hoag, Imogene Hoag. While she was in Haifa, the notes as quoted are a copy of the corrected copy. To tamper with psychic forces while in this world interferes with the condition of the soul in the world to come. These forces are real, but are not to be active on this plane. The child in the matrix has its eyes, ears, hands, and feet, but these powers are not in activity. The whole purpose of the matrix life is the coming into the world. So the whole purpose of the matrix world life, in other words, this life, is coming forth into the world of reality, where all those forces will become active. They belong to that world. Now this tells us this is very active. There's a psychic world. It's a very active world. And we will use these forces in a normal course of existence in the future. But we shouldn't try to tamper with them here, try to employ them, try to play with them. And if they appear in us spontaneously, we should disregard them, not pursue them, not develop them. Now we have to understand that we are seeking spiritual forces and spiritual development, but not psychic forces. What's the difference? How do we understand the difference? In that problem rests some of the spiritual suspension of the believers, because some of them have understood that any kind of concentration, like prayer or meditation, where you try to abstract yourself from the things of the outside world and concentrate on the blessings and spiritual presence of Baha'u'llah, so to speak, is like as if you're using psychic forces again. Yes? Yes. I don't think that the psychic seems to be more in the realm of telepathy and telecommunication and the kind of things that mediums purport to do, or the material realization of trying to make things out of nothing by mental forces and things of this sort. I think this is what's generally explained in the religious teachings of the past too as psychic forces. I don't know, I wouldn't want to say how it applies to Vision Quest of the Native Americans, which seem to be, has a much higher character and is connected with fasting and prayer and putting oneself again in this abstract condition so that one might wait for a vision. I mean, you can't produce the vision, but you at least are receptive to it. I don't know how it works. It's not the form that's given in the Baha'i writings, although we're told to meditate and we're given powerful prayers to repeat. The Bab has prescribed some prayers which you say 1,000 times in one sitting, There are such things. What effective it will be to free you from your troubles and so on. You were going to add something, please. Mm-hmm. Well, it's a very delicate area. I mean, you can't say what they should do and shouldn't do. But if they're Baha'is, then the question arises, how much do you participate? The Sundance, for instance, has a ceremony where you pierce the chest and hang. The warrior is hung up in the sun in the center of the Sun Lodge and hangs there for a while. And should Baha'is, or do Baha'is need such an experience? Becomes an interesting question about Baha'u'llah has removed the rituals and ceremonies of the past. He's assigned certain ones, and the rest he's left behind. So there's some things that, some of the dances and some of the other things that seem more acceptable within as cultural expressions, maybe spiritual cultural expressions, but it's hard to know just where do you draw the line. This is this question that arises now. The whole Native American church is based on the use of peyote. And they say that there's not a drug, it's like a medicinal thing that they use to cleanse themselves, to prepare them, connect themselves with the Great Spirit. And yet the Baha'i teachings condemn all forms of hallucinogenics and drugs of that nature. So there's a conflict there. So that the Native Americans who become Baha'is have to resolve these questions. Have you heard discussions on the same? I'm sure you have. Is it? Dr. Garber, who was here from the Soviet Union visiting the World Center last month, one of his areas of study was shamans and also Tibetan priests and meditators, and studying the physiological conditions of these individuals when they were in states of deep meditation or when they were in the act of healing or so on. And they identified, I don't remember all the technical names, John knows the technical names of the things that are released in the bloodstream or something, the same type of things that are released in the bloodstream of these individuals in these conditions are the same type of things, in some cases, that are released by hallucinogenics, by drugs. There is a parallel condition induced by these. And he was talking about the power of healing that comes from thinking healing, you know. And actually they've had clinical studies to develop this, to see how much that thought has an influence and prayer has an influence. He says it's definitely proven prayer has a powerful influence in the well-being and healing of the human body. Now this is a Soviet who doesn't have a religion, says he's an atheist, but I think they've been more forward in their studies in these areas than we have been in the West, where we have so-called religion, and we say it's religion, we say this and we that, but we more or less don't take it very seriously. But they saw that there were some powers in this. They want to know what powers there are. Are there powers that the state should know about in such things? You know, not to prove religion, but to see of powers that are part of the human reality, which can be used in the service of society, directed or misdirected or whatever, but still that are there to be tapped.
You asked the question, what is the difference between using psychic forces and spiritual forces? And the few things that were mentioned to differentiate the two were under psychic forces, telepathy, ritual, ceremony, and hallucinogenic. And under spiritual forces, things like meditation, prayer, and being in a receptive state. And trying to me, the areas are there still is some ambiguity between.
There is definitely lots of ambiguity.
So that's just the nature.
That's just it. It depends on your motive, first of all. The psychic is usually, you know, for some personal advantage. I mean, people, you want to read people's thoughts, or you want to impress upon them, or you want to foretell future events. You want access to certain things that you don't really need access to. I mean, you say, God is going to guide me. I pray to God. I put my affairs in His hand. But instead of this, I want to see around the corner and see what's coming and deal with it in some way, you know. Ouija boards and automatic writing, trying to get spirits to help us, to guide us to messages on Ouija boards and things like that. But I do get messages, and they're, I mean, great messages, you know.
But why is it so bad to forecast it? You have to forecast.
Is it bad to forecast?
I don't think so. I hope not.
That's not what I'm saying. I hope I'm not saying that. I'm saying is this.
Because the forecast, cannot try to forecast by using psychic forces rather than forecast using maybe logic.
Trends and things of that sort. These are legitimate. That's different, I think, from employing psychic forces to figure out something. I don't know. There's a whole list of psychic activities, psychic practices, you know, ESP and clairvoyance and all these different powers which do appear at times in this world. But Abdul says, don't entertain them. I mean, don't pursue them, so to speak. Well, I think same Bushmen, also native peoples, many places. Some also the Native Americans. They're all perceptive about sincerity and things that have to do with how true people are, how true they are in their relations with others, or how true they are in their relationship with God. But that's a generalization, doesn't apply to all the people. Some of them are degenerated to the point where they don't understand and experience such things. Let's go on reading these quotes, because each one of them adds a little something. I mean, obviously we're dealing with things that nobody clearly understands. I don't pretend to understand it either. But you get some pattern, some picture from it. Regarding your question, in his chapter, this is from a letter written on behalf of the Guardian, in his chapter on visions and communications with spirits and some answered questions, the Master evidently desires to point out that there can be, under certain rare circumstances, such as those experienced by the prophets, communion with some soul gone before into the invisible world, but that most of this type of experience, which people often claim to have with departed souls, is nothing but the product of their own imaginations, however real it may seem to them to be. Regarding your question in connection with someone's desire to be informed about table writing and such things, though there is no specific reference in the teachings to this particular thing, Shoghi Effendi feels very strongly that in view of other statements about avoiding all psychic dabbling and exercise of psychic faculties, this should also be avoided by the Baha'is, and such messages be disregarded. There is no ambiguity about the Master's attitude towards psychic forces. He very strongly warned the believers against using them. What Abdu'l-Baha always pointed out in this matter is that these psychic powers were not to be used in this world, and that indeed it was dangerous to cultivate them here. They should be left dormant and not exploited, even when we do so with the sincere belief we are helping others. We do not understand their nature and have no way of being sure of what is true and what is false in such matters. If children are inclined to be psychic, they should not be blamed for it too harshly. They should not be encouraged to strengthen their powers in this direction. As regards your question about the members who still cling to psychic practices, he hopes that by now all those who became active in the new center you established have given up attending seances and psychical practices. If they have not, they should do so. And that finishes those particular direct references to psychic practices. Now we come into the question of more on visions and dreams themselves. This is from a tablet of the Master. He says, "Thou didst ask as to the transfiguration of Jesus with Moses and Elias and the Heavenly Father on Mount Tabor, as referred to in the Bible. This occurrence was perceived by the disciples with their inner eye, wherefore it was a secret hidden away and was a spiritual discovery of theirs. Otherwise, if the intent be that they witnessed physical forms, that is, witnessed that transfiguration with their outward eyes, then there were many others at hand on that plain and mountain. And why did they fail to behold it? And why did the Lord charge them that they should tell no man? It is clear that this was a spiritual vision and a scene of the kingdom. Wherefore did the Messiah bid them to keep this hidden till the Son of Man were risen from the dead. That is, until the cause of God should be exalted and the Word of God prevail, and the reality of Christ rise up." Selections from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, page 162. I don't know. It's got into the Gospels, and that's where we see it. Well, they were compiled and published about 300 years after Christ. It's about the time of Constantine's conversion. that truth is often imparted through dreams. No one, this is Shoghi Effendi, letter on behalf of Shoghi Effendi. That truth is often imparted through dreams, no one who is familiar with history, especially religious history, can doubt. At the same time, dreams and visions are always colored and influenced more or less by the mind of the dreamer, and we must beware of attaching too much importance to them. The purer and more free from prejudice and desire our hearts and minds become, the more likely is it that our dreams will convey reliable truth. But if we have strong prejudices, personal likings and aversions, bad feelings or evil motives, these will warp and distort any inspirational impression that comes to us. In many cases, dreams have been the means of bringing people to the truth or of confirming them in the faith. We must strive to become pure in heart and free from all save God. Then our dreams, as well as our waking thoughts, will become pure and true. We should test impressions we get through dreams, visions, or inspirations by comparing them with the revealed word and seeing whether they are in harmony therewith. So that's your standard. May 16th, 1925. I think it's been published in the first book of compilations that the Indian Publishing Trust put out. It has some of these compilations that the House of Justice published. One of them is on dreams and psychic powers and visions and things. And this is printed there. It is in print, circulated. And I think it's probably been put into Lights of Guidance. You could check those two sources. This one's out of a file at the World Center. Regarding your question relative to the condition of those people who are described in the Gospel as being possessed of devils, this should be interpreted figuratively. Devil or Satan is symbolic of evil and dark forces yielding to temptation. This question oftentimes arises with Christians. The devil made me do it. Evil and dark forces yielding to temptation. First, concerning visions, it's very difficult to distinguish between true visions, which are true spiritual experiences of the soul, and imaginations, which have no reality in spiritual truths. True visions, however, can be granted to those who are spiritually pure and receptive, and are not, therefore, confined to the prophets alone. The Guardian thinks that it is best to assume that, generally speaking, when people claim they are receiving messages or communications from the Master or Baha'u'llah, it is a psychic experience or their imagination, and that they are not in real contact with them. These holy beings have channels of the cause through which to guide us. They do not need to go outside these and send individual revelations. So if you think, well, but so-and-so had a vision, Baha'u'llah is telling us all to do this or that. Well, he has the administrative order, he has a whole series of channels through which he communicates to the believers. These may or may not be helpful guidance to us as individuals, but sometimes they are. We're free to look at them ourselves, And we can tell others about them, but we certainly can't expect others to act on our dreams or visions if we have them. And even, Shoghi Effendi says, we should be cautious about acting on them ourselves. First, we should line them up against the revelation, because he said all these various factors warp and distort the inspiration that comes to the soul, so that one can put one's own meaning on such things and then say, this is Baha'u'llah's will for me, because I had this dream and I understand this to mean this and this to mean that. And find out what it says in the gleanings. Find out what it says in the Advent of Divine Justice. See what the teachings is.
The dream uses a lot of symbology and events that don't really make any sense. If you look at the Mass and the weird things that happen in the dream. How would we be able to interpret, whatever, what the symbology means by lining it up in the writing? They don't say, the writings don't say exactly this means this. And our intuition is reliable.
Well, that's about all we have to depend on. We can pray and ask for guidance for the meaning, to understand the meaning of the dream. Perhaps we'll get some help that way. The master would sometimes interpret the dreams very specifically. Sometimes he would say such and such a thing in a dream means such and such. Then you've got a clue in case you've had those particular symbols. But he talks about 3 kinds of dreams. One produced by the activities of the day, which is the kind of nervous impressions that continue. You know, you've been working on the word processor all day and you do it all night. Or you've been trimming a hedge and you continue trimming the hedge the rest of the night and you're tired and you wake up in the morning. That's one kind of dream. Then the second kind is this symbolic dreams, where things are expressed in symbols and in parables and things. And one has to somehow work out the meaning of it, discover what the meaning of it is. I remember Dr. Jakari said 2 nights before the guardian died, he had a dream. Shoghi Effendi was standing next to a small table in a room, and there were coins on this table, and he was picking up the coins, with a handful of the coins, and he took the coins and he started breaking the coins and dropping the pieces, breaking the coins, dropping the pieces, breaking the coins, dropping the pieces. He was very impressed with it. He said, I've had a dream of Shoghi Effendi. And she said, I did too. I had a dream too. So he asked her, what was your dream? She said, I dreamed that Shoghi Effendi was standing in a room by a table, and it was a pile of plates on that table, and he was taking the plates one at a time and throwing them to the floor and breaking them. Then he told her about the broken coins. And several days later, they heard of the guardian's passing. So here you have it. I mean, you know, they found out the meaning. I mean, they could understand somehow the meaning, or the hint that they were being given ahead of time.
I think I remember reading in the 7 Valleys. I don't remember which valley it was, of course. Never remember where it was.
It's pretty good if you can remember that it's in the 7 Valleys. That's a start. That's very good.
He says that the wayfarer in this valley will be able to understand the specific kind of thing. You must remember. I will look it up.
Okay. Fair enough. The third kind of dream is the dream which is a clear dream and is a spiritual disclosure in which things are quite clear. You know? You see, he embraces you, he gives you some juice to drink, he showers his love upon you, or you see one of the spiritual beings, perhaps even the manifestation of God, and it excites and renews your vision. So, maybe, if you're privileged. Good luck. It's all right. Do you remember this other letter I read a little before we came to this subject? He says that for the most part, the experiences of the people who dream, even of the master and the manifestation, these may be the imaginations. So we don't know, it's a question. Even though they seem very real to us. Please. Yes. Okay.
I don't know if it's a deep and nice and answer question, but either Bill Sears or Echo Bahan says that none of the proofs in the Bible are actually things that a Baha'i cannot understand. That none of the symbolism there are things that are something nobody has any relationship with. Like one part of the symbolism is clearly understood in one context, and the other part, different context, and you just have to be able to put the pieces together. I think that's probably true of symbolism and dreams. If it's meant to tell you something, it's not going to be something you have no chance of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
There's some link that you can understand.
Yes, there should be. Of course, these things in the Bible, I remember there's several tablets of the Master where he told the friends, that the meaning of this verse is such and such. He said, but turn to the kingdom and turn your being wholly towards the Lord. And He will supply you, He will provide you with inspiration that you can understand all the symbols of the Bible, that you can expound on all the meanings of the verses of the holy books. So that power is promised there to the soul too. In other words, the same condition we're talking about, where one is receptive and can commune with souls beyond and feel the closeness of the manifestation, is the same, and endows you with an eye with which to look at the scriptures and to derive the hidden meanings and the hidden gift that we read about in the prayers for the fast. Well, one more quote on this subject and then we'll finish here. Someone has written a Guardian. They're doing automatic writing and some painting, waiting for electric kind of inspirations and then painting things, and so on. So he writes back, this is a very nice believer too, he says, he feels that the methods you are pursuing in regard to receiving inspired written messages and your way of approaching your painting are really psychic, and that you should give them up for your own good. Some of Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha's tablets are so poorly translated that it is almost impossible to grasp the true meaning, and one is misled into thinking that by getting into a practically psychic state, the Holy Spirit will guide one. This is not what is meant. The world's greatest writers and painters have not been under psychic influence, but through innate ability, practice, and study have given us their masterpieces. This is the normal way for inspiration to reach us, through the channels of our own abilities, and not through control by forces which the Master warned us against, and which we do not understand, and which, as you yourself know, are neither consistent nor reliable. As the lady wrote that in her letter to the Guardian. So that gives us another way of looking at this thing. I don't know if this is published. I don't believe it's published. If we could take a date on it, it's February 24th, 1947. Well, friends, you see on the breakdown of the topics, there is another subject there on martyrdom. Condition of martyrs, mystery of martyrdom. And I never have compiled anything much on that. It was one of the topics that was there that wasn't explored, but I felt should be added to this. But I recommend that we're not going to have a class on that. I recommend that you turn to the latest volume of the Baha'i World, the Crimson volume. It has a section on the Baha'i sacred writings, and has a compilation there from the writings of Baha'u'llah and then from Abdu'l-Baha and Shoghi Effendi. All unpublished, previously unpublished tablets and messages about this subject of sacrifice and martyrdom and so on. And it's a thrilling selection of writings that no Baha'i should go without reading. But sometimes, because it's in that volume, not published in a separate book, we don't know it's there, and we don't realize that they're nowhere else to be seen. And it was a tremendous work of the research department here and of the House of Justice to prepare these for that volume. What's the name of the Persian compilation that it comes from that was also created here? Narvanur is taken from a Persian compilation that was prepared also by the World Center on this subject. And then the last section is the prayers for the departed. And you can look in your prayer book, you can find those, and there are other sources you can find from time to time. Some of the compilations on immortality have additional prayers. There's a new one now in the prayer book, but it's in the selections from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha on this subject. Now, the next course that we've been planning on for a long time is the study of the Epistle to the Son of the Wolf. And this will be coming up now. And I think, let's see, I want to have a break for a couple of weeks and then start that course. So let us say we will begin that course on Sunday night, April 8th. So we'll have a couple Sundays free. 25th and the 1st will be free. And then we'll take up our studies again for those of you that want to attend that course, starting on April 8th, Sunday, April 8th. Please. Sure.
In several of the prayers it says, may my soul, may my spirit, be a sacrifice. What does that mean?
Well, may my life be offered up for thee. May I become a sacrifice at your threshold. May I be a martyr, is one meaning. But within that meaning, I think, is may I be a martyr who, will you take my physical life, because I offer that? Or would you take my living martyrdom, because I offer that? You know, the writings talk about these two kinds. One is the living martyrdom, and one is giving oneself actually as a physical sacrifice for the cause. In other words, being willing to do that. Not simply a polite phrase. I mean, we're saying, may my soul be offered up. May my spirit be a ransom for the adversities thou didst sustain. He gives us these verses now. We should see how we can bring our hearts into alignment with that outlook, with the willingness, How do we want to die? I mean, we're going to get old, and we're going to get sore, and we're going to get cranky, and probably feel bad, and have certain things ache, and maybe certain things rot away inside of us, and then we're going to die in our bed going gargle, gargle, and die. Now, do you want to do that, or would you rather maybe a little before that, while you're still on your feet, be chopped down by some assassin, some persecutor of the cause? Quick, easy, gone, that you've offered yourself. You have, by your blood, you have offered something for the cause. Your sacrifice, the spirit that generates in those around you, because you've given your life for the cause. You haven't denied the cause. You've stood up and you've given your life for the cause. Quickens the world and has an effect that throws you also into the supreme concourse. Or you can take your chances. Maybe you'll just fall asleep sometime when you're in your easy chair in front of your television, and you'll drift off to the Abha kingdom. Now, what is this? I'm giving this, kind of harsh contrast because we don't think it through, We think, oh, how could I do that? How could I be killed for the faith? You're going to die anyway. We're all going to die. Let's do it in a really splendid way, I don't know. If we have the opportunity. Who knows whether we'll have the opportunity or not. But one could ask. One could meditate and think, and one could ask. What does he say in the hidden words? Seek a martyr's death in my path. That's the one I was thinking about. At least if we're open to that, if we've thought it through, if we've worked it through spiritually, and we're open to it, what are we going to be afraid of? I mean, what can happen to us? And then if you read the story of the martyrs, maybe the pain that they had was just for an instant, and then it was gone. They were relieved of any physical part of this thing. They're ecstatic. They were caught up in the arms of Baha'u'llah. He had come to them and talked to them before they were martyred. All the stories are incredible, the ones that were in prison in Iran and the things they suffered. Anyway, this compilation will give you a feeling for that. You end up, wishing that you were nothing but a martyr. If there was anything you could do, at least I could do that. I could be killed for the cause. I don't seem to live the life very well, and I don't seem to get out and pioneer properly, but maybe I could just give myself some time,
Isn't it that
the reality of the soul is sanctified and purified above matter and material things.
But like unto the world of vision, it manifests itself in these material forms and visages. Likewise, in the psychic condition, one beholds the spirits like unto the physical forms and visages. To be brief, the holy souls have great influence and intense effect, and their influence and continuity do not depend upon physical existence and elemental composition. Two kinds of vision. One is spiritual vision and one is vision in the psychic condition. In both of these, at times people imagine that they see other souls or souls that have passed away as if they were physical, present with them. You'll have people swear they saw, they say ghosts or whatever. They say they saw so-and-so in the flesh. They came back and they spoke and they said something to them. Then they disappeared again. But the Master sanctified from material forms. We behold them with an eye of vision, similar to the way we behold forms in dreams. There is no physical form we're beholding, yet we're beholding something very real and we see it perfectly clear. Yes. This is published in the Star of the West, Volume 2, page 6. It's from a tablet. Maybe we could spend most of the evening talking about this, I think. Then the fact that holy souls have great influence, we've already read about that in different ways. The influence that sanctified souls have on this world, how they are the animating spirit in a sense. They are the means of the appearance of the arts and the sciences in this world. So obviously the human spirit has some means of being receptive to the influence of this higher kingdom. Sometimes, most of the time, we don't identify our inspirations and thoughts with something separate from ourselves. They have the appearance of arising within our own consciousness. This is another tablet, and this has been translated by Shoghi Effendi before the commencement of his guardianship. Communication and connection between the sons and daughters of the kingdom are not conditioned upon material links. Spiritual means have ever existed and will continue to exist. As, for instance, throughout all these years of commotion, when ways were barred and doors of communication closed, notwithstanding this, hearts were attracted and gladdened by the fragrances of God. Now, I think we're talking about the war years. This must be a tablet after that, because Shoghi Effendi was also in the service of the Master as a translator after the war, or towards the end of the First World War. And there was a time where there were no tablets coming and going, no communications back and forth with the believers. He says, notwithstanding this, hearts were attracted and gladdened by the fragrances of God. Now you see that if the fragrances of God were something that arise in one's own heart spontaneously, all right, then what would be the point of this? The point of this is that Abdu'l-Baha is the source of bounty and the distributor of the fragrances of God in this world. And the believers remained, those who were faithful to him, turned to him, they remained recipients of these favors, in the same way that we remain recipients of Baha'u'llah's favors and Abdu'l-Baha's favors now, if we turn to them. Then he says, praise be to God, thou hast acquired a long and spiritual lineage, and this is by far the most blessed of all lines. For material lines of descent may either be greatly praiseworthy or mean in character, while spiritual lineage is the offspring of the heart and of the soul, and is in every respect praiseworthy. Do you know what your Baha'i spiritual lineage is? Who taught you the faith? Who taught the person that taught you the faith? Who taught them the faith? It's interesting. There may be multiple links. There may be several people that assisted in bringing you to awareness in the cause. You may have been born a Baha'i, but you may have had a teacher that had been quickened by somebody that quickened you after years that you've been a Baha'i, but added something to that, made it real for you. Now, what do you think? Do you have any comments about these? Mm-hmm.
Well, it's interesting he complimented a person on having acquired a spiritual lineage. But he is referring to Atonement.
Well, I'm presuming that he is. Perhaps who is complaining to the Master about, none of my family are Baha'is and they won't become Baha'is, and he says, praise be to God, thou hast acquired a spiritual lineage now. It doesn't matter, about this material one that's not producing the fruits that you want. It's separated. It's a different part of the tablet from the first part that ends in the fragrances of God. It's a separate section. This is in Star of the West, Volume 10, page 41. And another excerpt from a tablet of the Master. Again, he says, thou canst correspond with thy father and thy niece, but through spiritual means, not material, because the spirits have communication with each other. But this effect is spiritual, not a material meeting, for the purpose of conversing with each other. For instance, to see a departed soul sitting with another, holding his hand and embracing him, is pure imagination. But as the spirits are attached to each other, it is possible for one to acquire spiritual emotions. And this is like unto one who in a world of dreams meets his friends and converses with them. Now, there have been lots of allusions to this, the fact that you can feel spiritually close to loved ones who have passed on. Not that you are perceiving a stream of verbal commentary or you're understanding some conversation from them. Just this communion of feeling close with them and feeling that your grandparents or your mother or your father or one of your friends who passed on are thinking of you at the same time you're thinking of them. You get this confirmation that you pray for them at Baji and you feel that they're close, grateful. Perhaps they're praying for you at the same time. There's no way of confirming or not confirming these things, but they feel good, and you say, well, it's fine. And you're happy to rejoice in their closeness if they are, and if not, then you're rejoicing in the closeness of God, because something's close, because you're feeling different and better than you do normally. So something's going on. Abdu'l-Baha in Paris talks. Question was asked, can a departed soul converse with someone still on earth? Abdu'l-Baha said, a conversation can be held, but not as our conversation. There is no doubt that the forces of the higher worlds interplay with the forces of this plane. The heart of man is open to inspiration. This is spiritual communication. As in a dream one talks with a friend while the mouth is silent, so it is in the conversation of the spirit. A man may converse with the ego within him, saying, may I do this? Would it be advisable for me to do this work? Such as this is conversation with the higher self. Then when Abdu'l-Baha was in London, it's a popular theme. Wherever he went, people were asking him about communications with the dead. When you do not know it and are in a receptive attitude, they are able to make suggestions to you if you are in difficulty. I've got the answer to this problem. Where did you get it from? I just thought it up. I'm so smart. Is it always that way? We're saying our prayers, we're asking for the remover of difficulties, we're asking for solutions, and then we get solutions. Are we at all conscious that maybe we had help with these problems? I mean, maybe we got these solutions from somewhere other than the combination of our idle thoughts, sticking one to the other and coming out with something new. I don't know, I became a Baha'i after I left school, so.
I think so. I used to say to Albert Einstein, never helped me. I felt help.
Not wanting to bother the master with your school exams. When you do not know it and are in a receptive attitude, they are able to make suggestions to you if you are in difficulty. This sometimes happens in sleep, but there is no phenomenal intercourse. That which seems like phenomenal intercourse has another explanation. The questioner then exclaimed to Abdu'l-Baha, "But I've heard a voice." Abdu'l-Baha said, "Yes, that is possible. We hear voices clearly in dreams. It is not with the physical ear that you heard. The spirit of those that have passed on are freed from sense life and do not use physical means. It is not possible to put these great matters into human words. The language of man is the language of children, and man's explanation often leads astray." Page 98 of Abdu'l-Baha in London. We're taking all these various hints, seeing by laying one over the other whether we see some common patterns and things we can understand. This is an extract from the diary of Shoghi Effendi when he was in the Master's service. And it's been cited in an article on spiritual communication, which was published then in Star of the West, Volume 10, issue 18 of that volume, page 336. June 6th. Is it possible for those who have sacrificed their lives so freely on the battlefield to communicate with their relatives and kindred from the world beyond? Again, this question arose because of so many dead in the war. The epitome of Abdu'l-Baha's reply was as follows. This spiritual communication and mutual exchange of thoughts is conditioned upon certain facts that prepare the person in this world to communicate with the spirit of his departed ones. Now you'll find this reference, this idea, this concept, coming out later in Shoghi Effendi's letters. He heard it from the Master, It's engraved on his soul. And he's talking about the prerequisites for communication with the souls in the other world. He says, a clear mind, a pure heart, and a concentrated attention are the requisites for that spiritual intercommunication. What are the three? Clear mind, a pure heart, and a concentrated attention. Like unto a mirror, man's heart and mind must be purified, clarified, and polished. Any dust or rust that may be on it, such as attachment to this nether world, the turning of man's face away from God, sin or lust, animosity and rancor, all these must be removed that the rays of the Sun of Truth may shine upon it in full splendor and may be reflected therefrom with full effulgence. If such state or condition is attained, communication with the world above will be made possible. Purity of purpose and concentration with prayer are the essential requisites. Purity of purpose, purity of intention, purity of purpose, and concentration with prayer or through prayer are the essential requisites. Now, if we don't feel the effulgence of the rays of the Sun of Truth shining in their full effulgence within our hearts, then we can be sure we have some of these problems that are listed here, because those are the things that dirty the mirror. So let us see what we need to work on here. We have to be detached from the netherworld. We have to turn our faces towards God. We have to leave behind sin and lust, animosity and rancor. Do we harbor upsets with other people in our hearts? Do we have desires for things other than God? Do we put the love of people before the love of the manifestation? These are the things the Master says that keep the dust on the surface of the mirror and don't allow for a complete, full reflection in our being of this light that's constantly beamed on us from Baha'u'llah. He says it's never ceasing. These blessings of the Divine Spirit that flow through the manifestation of God in the invisible world and when He was in this world, He said they never cease raining. The grace of God is never, if it stopped, He said, for an instant, we'd all die. We'd all be annihilated. Being the recipients of incalculable outpourings of Divine Spirit at every instant, the only thing that holds us back are these veils, this dust, this rust, as he says. In other words, we don't have to pray that God does His part. He gives us prayers to pray all the time that we're asking Him to do His part. But this is the way He gets us to focus, concentrate our attention, and try to detach ourselves from the world and try to face ourselves towards Him. He gives us these prayers to say. And He blames Himself, Oh, God, please send down upon me Thy healing. It's there all the time. It's just, can we open ourselves to it? Joan, please. Attachment to this netherworld, the turning of one's face away from God, sin or lust, animosity and rancor. All these must be removed, that the rays of the Sun of Truth may shine upon it, upon the heart in full splendor, and may be reflected therefrom with full effulgence. Star of the West, Volume 10, Issue 18, page 336. Volume 10, Issue 18, page 336.
How do you know if you are turning your attachment to something else other than God? Maybe it's obvious in some cases, but if you're trying to reach a goal, for instance, and this goal is not conflicting with any of the picture, how can you be sure that you're not attaining this goal for your own
I think it's, again, examining the teachings, looking to the teachings, because if we're becoming aware, of the truth of the faith, all right, we say, here's the faith of God. It's called the guidance of God. It guides human souls to their destiny. Here am I'm a creature in need of this guidance and this blessing. Nothing else, he tells us, on the face of the earth of any sort compares with it. So I have to make up my mind somehow to give myself to this guidance, to open myself to this guidance. And then I have to seek that all my motives, and actions conform to the guidance that flows through the revelation. So if I'm going to school, that's no longer important to me. What's important to me is to do what Baha'u'llah wants. What does Baha'u'llah say he wants? He wants me to know him and to worship him. He wants me to give up all things for him. And then in fine print he says he wants me to acquire knowledge of all arts and sciences. Now I'm going to go to school for Baha'u'llah's sake, because this is a commandment of Baha'u'llah. And I'm going to acquire perfections in this, because the Master says the Baha'i should acquire perfections in what they embark upon, and what they endeavor. And because he has asked me to do this, I will do it. And because he's asked me to do it, I will cling to his mercy and his kindness, and I'll ask his assistance and his confirmation so that I can do it in a way that will be pleasing unto him. He says that he wants my heart, my whole heart and being, all of my love, that no love should come before him. Down here in the fine print it says, marry, O people. I need a spouse. Then he tells us the conditions. You should be attracted, you should have affection for each other, you should have common goals. Now, if I can find someone who's also put Baha'u'llah's will before everything else, then they'll also be looking for a spouse. That should help the process. Meanwhile, the other people are prowling around in the world with lusts and longings and desires and everything. They want to fulfill their passions and so on. That's a different scenario altogether from the Baha'i who's looking around, I used to look with this interested eye. Now I look with a new eye. But fortunately, it comes out all right. You get the family, you get the education, you get... Now, Abdu'l-Baha says that he wants for us spiritual maturity. So we're seeking spiritual maturity. And then we find in the fine print again, it says, when man has reached spiritual maturity, he requires wealth in order to be of service, so that his philanthropy will demonstrate the bounty of God and the goodness of God, the bestowals of God. So this is acceptable within that context. But he also says, content thyself with whatever we have ordained for thee. So we don't know if we're one of those that's going to demonstrate the blessings of God in poverty or in riches. And everything else takes its point of departure from the writings. It isn't that we have our lives, we have our activities, we have our jobs, we have our families, and we have our religion. All of them lined up like ducks, This one is, which I've got a good religion, thank goodness. And then I've got these other things over here. All of them have to come together. Religion becomes the centerpiece, the guidance of Baha'u'llah. And then everything we find, where does it fit? And if we don't find it fitting, it doesn't fit, then we shouldn't have anything to do with it. We should separate ourselves from it. Then our lives become unified. Our direction is one. And also it becomes one with all the other believers. Because that's the direction that all of us should be taking. And of course then Baha'u'llah is the center of that. So we all move towards that center. As we move towards that center, we become increasingly more united. We become even as one soul in many bodies. We become the expression of the collective expression of his love and his wisdom and his beauty. The human race becomes elements of his and reflections of his image. And we all get excited with each other. But that's all right too. He says we should long for each other. Like thirsty ones in the desert longing for water. But that comes after loving God above all things, not before. Then apart from that, you have to guess a lot. Since we don't manage to center our wills wholly on Baha'u'llah's purpose, we kind of mix our motives with other things, and we see good. We see now. We have a dear friend that's gone pioneering someplace. They write us letters and we like it. We say, I should pioneer there too. Because, well, Baha'u'llah says to pioneer. The House of Justice calls us to pioneer. Let me go pioneer there too, because I want to pioneer. Maybe, who knows, maybe we'll get married or something. We get all these things in our minds, Yeah. Glad my wife isn't here tonight. I was pioneering in Nicaragua and she moved to Honduras, which is right next door, and we finally got married. Anyhow, we try to get sincere as we can be. Abdu'l-Baha says in one of his talks, he said that God is able to even make the mistakes of the sincere ones into advantages for the cause. Their mistakes and their errors, He can use them for the advantage of the cause. He does that for us. In one of the prayers for the fast, we accept all those things we have done for love of Thee, and all those things we have left undone because of our attachment to our lower selves. He says, accept those things too. We go to the shrine of Baha'u'llah and we think, now what can I offer to Baha'u'llah? And you review everything and you can't really find anything, except a whole lot of shortcomings. So, well, how I could offer these? I hereby offer all my shortcomings. Please accept them and keep them. Destroy them if you want, but keep them. Don't give them back to me, please. The fast, we're doing that. What was the question again? Again, Mr. and Mrs. Hannon were here in Haifa in 1909, and someone asked, can we communicate with the spirits of the departed? The Master said, there is a communication between spirits, but the spiritual seances, as given in Europe, where spirits are supposed to move objects and so on, are phantasmagoria. Phantasmagoria, you spell it Nonsense. Phantasmagoria. Very good. That spirit can communicate with spirit is proven by the known fact of teaching. He gives an interesting example here. That spirit can communicate with spirit is proven by the known fact of teaching. It is a self-evident fact that nothing tangible passes from the teacher to the pupil, yet ideas are conveyed. In point of fact, the human mind is in the original state non-individualistic, and the teacher individualizes knowledge by classifying it and locating it with respect to the pupil's mind. The human mind is in the original state non-individualistic, and the teacher individualizes knowledge by classifying it and locating it with respect to the pupil's mind. Now you think how when you learn about species and the geological ages of the earth and all these various things, there's a whole realm of knowledge there which you begin to be able to relate to by organizing it, by classifying it in some way. The manifestation comes, we're faced, it's like children's vision, they don't distinguish things clearly. But gradually they come to know and identify things and give names to things and understand them in this way and build upon that until the semblance of a world is constructed around them. This seems to be what the Master is saying. It's where one wonders because the pilgrim knows just how it got communicated and how it got translated and so on. But this is a self-evident fact, he said. The conveyance of knowledge from one spirit to another by teaching.
That he says that the mind is not individualistic. Does that mean that we have a mind together or individual mind?
I don't know exactly what he means by that. Does somebody have an idea?
Because I have read in the writings, Baha'u'llah, that he says that before all else we created mind. I don't know exactly where, but I'm sure we can look it up. And I don't really... they kind of relate to each other.
You know, before all else, he says we created will. But then the Master says that first will is the same as what the philosophers call first mind. And so it's very closely related to the idea of a mind, of will, of purpose, of understanding, the ability to comprehend. He talks about universal mind in some answered questions, and how a ray of that falls upon the heart of the righteous. In other words, this idea that the human heart is a mirror, and if it's cleansed and it's faced the right direction, it will reflect the brightnesses of the manifestation of God and His knowledge, the forms of His understanding, so to speak, are communicated spiritually. So he says that he passes this knowledge by classifying it and locating it with respect to the pupil's mind. So soul can communicate with soul, and in the realms of existence, such intercommunication is possible. Maybe further quotations will throw more light on this. This is an entry in the diary of one of the Master's secretaries. He says, "Then the question of spiritual communication was asked, and Abdu'l-Baha answered, 'Yes, it is possible. Often people speak together without the means of tongue. There are two means of intercourse, one the outward tongue, the other the ideal tongue. When the spirit is in an abstract mood, when the heart is in a subjective state, then the ideal tongue can speak. But as long as the spirit is preoccupied and the heart is objective in its activity, it is impossible to attain to that station. Consider, is there not an ideal union between the loved one and the beloved? Often with a glance of the eye or a handshake, a whole world of thought is conveyed without uttering a word. It is possible to attain to such a state if we are set aglow with the fire of the love of God, if we are attracted, if we are as a burning torch, if we overlook material phenomena and objects. So we have this condition of prayer and meditation where we abstract ourselves from the things of the world. We commune in a non-specific way with this light and presence of the manifestation.
I don't think I understand what is meant by a subjective heart.
One that is not occupied with objective things, I think is what, by the reverse definition, you can come to see what he's talking about.
Like emotion? I think of it like emotion versus rational thought, but I don't think that's what's meant.
I don't think that's what's meant. No, it's like whether you're concentrating. It's like when you want to say a prayer and you're saying the prayer, but you're also thinking about the laundry the machine is going to finish, and I got to get down there. Let me finish this prayer, and then you find out do I have enough money to get the bus after I do that? And, every time you start to think about something spiritual, some other thought comes in and impinges on it. Now, in order to partake of the prayer in the spirit that we're supposed to, one has to free oneself from extraneous thoughts, from all these impinging concerns that are real concerns, but they're at another level. This is why the Master suggests praying at midnight or at dawn. Because there are times when we're not so immediately concerned with all these other things, We don't have somebody waiting downstairs in the lunchroom, so we say our noon prayer as fast as we can so we can get down there. Or any other circumstance, whatever it is. Do we take time? Do we take time to really get in a state of prayer? Now, I think all of us know about that. There are times when we feel our prayers connect somehow, or we feel the closeness of Baha'u'llah. It doesn't mean a lot of praying necessarily, although sometimes it means a lot of praying. Sometimes it means just sticking with repeating the words of the prayers until finally you drive the other thoughts out. And that's usually recommended to say the prayers out loud when you're having trouble concentrating particularly. After your concentration is established, then when you begin to get in this state of detachment, where you let these words operate on you, so to speak, and reveal themselves to you, and energize you, but then you don't have to say them out loud necessarily. Maybe you'll come to a point where you've been chanting and you don't chant it. You read the tablet instead. You move quickly through the tablets. Or you stop and you say for a long time. It doesn't matter whether you're speaking with the outer tongue or not. But the use of the body and the outward tongue, the attitude of prayer, proper physical attitude of prayer, and using the speech of prayer, helps one to concentrate. Now, it's in this condition, Abdu'l-Bahá says, where we're more likely to receive the influx of the thoughts of those who are in that condition all the time. That is, the souls of the departed, the souls of the other realm. Yes, it's a wonderful prayer, because then you don't have so much discursive thought going on, because all the other prayers have some kind of discursive explanation being given as you're reading the prayer. Now, this is the thing about chanting, where you have music as well as the words. It's like a song. It has the music and it has the words, the letters, the notes and words of the song, the lyrics. Sometimes you listen to the lyrics and you're inspired by the lyrics. Sometimes the melody carries you away. The music of it carries you away. Both are effective, Abdu'l-Bahá says. Now, if we just read our prayers, well, it's different. Maybe sometimes when you're alone, even if you're reading in English, you find you want to sing a prayer. You want to what the ancients used to call in this country psalm of prayer. We don't have that verb, I think, in English. But you do have it in the Latin languages. You have a verb, salmear, which is a kind of an intonation of the prayer, which is neither reading it nor is it chanting it. It's giving some rhythm to the speech, independent of the meaning of the words. So that it's a kind of, at worst it's a drone, at best it's a intoning, so to speak. Somebody wanted to ask something. Please. Oh yes, I mean, then you're receptive to everything. But you'll be open mainly to the light of the truth of the manifestation, because whatever the light of these detached souls radiating towards you from them is from Baha'u'llah. I mean, it's from the manifestation of God that they have light. And that's what we enjoy from each other too. That which we benefit from each other is the effect of Baha'u'llah in each of us, so to speak, the effect of the Great Spirit, the Divine Spirit of Baha'u'llah. This is the way I understand it anyway. So that has there'll be many, it's compounded, in other words, of the influence of many sources. But sometimes you may feel particularly closer or concentrated on some dear one or loved one. Or maybe sometimes you feel close to the Bab, and then another time close to Baha'u'llah, and another time close to Abdu'l-Bahá. Or maybe you address the greatest holy leaf, or whatever you feel moved at times to do. But the question is to allow oneself enough time to pray and meditate in that quiet state. and to reflect on one's own problems and questions and issues of the teachings and one's spiritual life in such a state, rather than always being in a hurry and filling up our lives with all kinds of activities and that keep us from ever having to go into that condition, unless we become ill. And when we're ill, we don't communicate very well, spiritually anyway. You've got other veils that are a problem, You've all heard that. Phil Sears used to say this over and over. He said it here at the convention. He said, if you don't feel as close to God now as you did last year, who moved? Did God go away? This is this idea that confirmation is always there. Why is it God is not near us? Why is He left me alone now? I don't know, I used to feel close to Baha'u'llah, but I think He's busy with all the new Baha'is or something. But this isn't the way. This isn't the case. He says it's constantly in the world of the Spirit He's shining on us. Question: can disembodied souls communicate with embodied ones? Master says yes, but they do not do it through mediums or material ways, but in spiritual ways. This is cited in the Star of the West from a tablet and an editorial. From a tablet in an editorial entitled Psychic Forces. And these notes were made from the words of Abdu'l-Baha when he was in America in 1912. Later, a copy of the notes was submitted to Abdu'l-Baha in August 1914 by Mrs. Hoag, Imogene Hoag. While she was in Haifa, the notes as quoted are a copy of the corrected copy. To tamper with psychic forces while in this world interferes with the condition of the soul in the world to come. These forces are real, but are not to be active on this plane. The child in the matrix has its eyes, ears, hands, and feet, but these powers are not in activity. The whole purpose of the matrix life is the coming into the world. So the whole purpose of the matrix world life, in other words, this life, is coming forth into the world of reality, where all those forces will become active. They belong to that world. Now this tells us this is very active. There's a psychic world. It's a very active world. And we will use these forces in a normal course of existence in the future. But we shouldn't try to tamper with them here, try to employ them, try to play with them. And if they appear in us spontaneously, we should disregard them, not pursue them, not develop them. Now we have to understand that we are seeking spiritual forces and spiritual development, but not psychic forces. What's the difference? How do we understand the difference? In that problem rests some of the spiritual suspension of the believers, because some of them have understood that any kind of concentration, like prayer or meditation, where you try to abstract yourself from the things of the outside world and concentrate on the blessings and spiritual presence of Baha'u'llah, so to speak, is like as if you're using psychic forces again. Yes? Yes. I don't think that the psychic seems to be more in the realm of telepathy and telecommunication and the kind of things that mediums purport to do, or the material realization of trying to make things out of nothing by mental forces and things of this sort. I think this is what's generally explained in the religious teachings of the past too as psychic forces. I don't know. I wouldn't want to say how it applies to Vision Quest of the Native Americans, which seem to be has a much higher character and is connected with fasting and prayer and putting oneself again in this abstract condition so that one might wait for a vision. I mean, you can't produce the vision, but you at least are receptive to it. I don't know how it works. It's not the form that's given in the Baha'i writings, although we're told to meditate and we're given powerful prayers to repeat. The Bab has prescribed some prayers which you say 1,000 times in one sitting, There are such things. What effective it will be to free you from your troubles and so on. You were going to add something, please. Mm-hmm. Well, it's a very delicate area. I mean, you can't say what they should do and shouldn't do. But if they're Baha'is, then the question arises: how much do you participate? The Sundance, for instance, has a ceremony where you pierce the chest and hang. The warrior is hung up in the sun in the center of the sun lodge and hangs there for a while. And should Baha'is, or do Baha'is need such an experience? No. Becomes an interesting question about Baha'u'llah has removed the rituals and ceremonies of the past. He's assigned certain ones, and the rest he's left behind. So there's some things that, I mean, some of the dances and some of the other things that seem more acceptable within as cultural expressions, maybe spiritual cultural expressions, but it's hard to know just where do you draw the line. Right? This is this question that arises now. The whole Native American church is based on the use of peyote, and they say that there's not a drug, it's like a medicinal thing that they use to cleanse themselves, to prepare them, connect themselves with the Great Spirit. And yet the Baha'i teachings condemn all forms of hallucinogenics and drugs of that nature. So there's a conflict there. So that the Native Americans who become Baha'is have to resolve these questions. Have you heard discussions on the same? I'm sure you have. Is it?
I think it's listening to what she's talking to American India. So I feel that American India, many years ago, is the source of the coming of Baha'u'llah and God. And I think that's what she was referring to. The spirit, it came to the chief. And it's saying that yes, in the East, there's also two manifestations of God, God and Baha'u'llah. So the question is whether it is true or not. That kind of realization to the chief.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them have said things that were extremely lucid, extremely prophetic of events to come. I know one fundamentalist group that essentially predicted the fall of communism very accurately, where most Americans, most people in the world doubtless thought communism would fall more or less through a war between two great superpowers. They didn't see it falling apart internally. So is the question of validity of having a vision or the validity of how you interpret it?
Dr. Garber, who was here from the Soviet Union visiting the World Center last month, one of his areas of study was shamans and also Tibetan priests and meditators, and studying the physiological conditions of these individuals when they were in states of deep meditation or when they were in the act of healing or so on. And they identified, I don't remember all the technical names, John knows the technical names of the things that are released in the bloodstream or something, the same type of things that are released in the bloodstream of these individuals in these conditions are the same type of things, in some cases, that are released by hallucinogenics and by drugs. There is a parallel condition induced by these. And he was talking about the power of healing that comes from thinking healing, you know. And actually they've had clinical studies to develop this, to see how much the thought has an influence and prayer has an influence. He says it's definitely proven prayer has a powerful influence in the well-being and healing of the human body. Now this is a Soviet who doesn't have a religion, says he's an atheist, but I think they've been more forward in their studies in these areas than we have been in the West, where we have so-called religion. We say it's religion, say this and that, but we more or less don't take it very seriously. But they saw that there were some powers in this. They want to know what powers there are. Are there powers that the state should know about in such things? You know, not to prove religion, but to see of powers that are part of the human reality, which can be used in the service of society, directed or misdirected or whatever, but still that are there to be tapped.
You asked the question, what is the difference between using psychic forces and spiritual forces? And the few things that were mentioned to differentiate the two were under psychic forces, telepathy, ritual, ceremony, and hallucinogenics. And under spiritual forces, things like meditation, prayer, and being in a receptive state. And trying to me, the areas are there still is some ambiguity between.
There is definitely lots of ambiguity.
So that's just the nature.
That's just it. It depends on your motive, first of all. The psychic is usually, you know, for some personal advantage. I mean, people, you want to read people's thoughts, or you want to impress upon them, or you want to foretell future events. You want access to certain things that you don't really need access to. I mean, you say, God is going to guide me. I pray to God. I put my affairs in His hand. But instead of this, I want to see around the corner and see what's coming and deal with it in some way, you know. Ouija boards and automatic writing, trying to get spirits to help us, to guide us to messages on Ouija boards and things like that. But I do get messages, and they're, I mean, great messages, you know.
But why is it so bad forecasting? You have to forecast.
Is it bad to forecast?
I don't think so. I hope not.
That's not what I'm saying. I hope I'm not saying that. I'm saying this.
It's like a forecast, to not try to forecast by using psychic forces, rather to forecast using maybe logic or something.
Trends and things of that sort. These are legitimate. That's different, I think, from employing psychic forces to figure out something. I don't know. There's a whole list of psychic activities, psychic practices, you know, ESP and clairvoyance and all these different powers which do appear at times in this world. But Abdu'l-Bahá says, don't entertain them. I mean, don't pursue them, so to speak. Well, I think the same Bushmen, also native peoples, many places. So some also the Native Americans, well, perceptive about sincerity and things that have to do with how true people are, how true they are in their relations with others, or how true they are in their relationship with God. But that's a generalization, doesn't apply to all the people. Some of them are degenerated to the point where they don't understand and experience such things. Let's go on reading these quotes, because each one of them adds a little something. I mean, obviously we're dealing with things that nobody clearly understands. I don't pretend to understand it either. But you get some pattern, some picture from it. Regarding your question, in his chapter, this is from a letter written on behalf of the Guardian, in his chapter on visions and communications with spirits and some answered questions, the Master evidently desires to point out that there can be, under certain rare circumstances, such as those experienced by the prophets, communion with some soul gone before into the invisible world, but that most of this type of experience, which people often claim to have with departed souls, is nothing but the product of their own imaginations, however real it may seem to them to be. Regarding your question in connection with someone's desire to be informed about table writing and such things, though there is no specific reference in the teachings to this particular thing, Shoghi Effendi feels very strongly that in view of other statements about avoiding all psychic dabbling and exercise of psychic faculties, this should also be avoided by the Baha'is, and such messages be disregarded. There is no ambiguity about the Master's attitude towards psychic forces. He very strongly warned the believers against using them. What Abdu'l-Baha always pointed out in this matter is that these psychic powers were not to be used in this world, and that indeed it was dangerous to cultivate them here. They should be left dormant and not exploited, even when we do so with the sincere belief we are helping others. We do not understand their nature and have no way of being sure of what is true and what is false in such matters. If children are inclined to be psychic, they should not be blamed for it too harshly. They should not be encouraged to strengthen their powers in this direction. As regards your question about the members who still cling to psychic practices, he hopes that by now all those who became active in the new center you established have given up attending seances and psychical practices. If they have not, they should do so. And that finishes those particular direct references to psychic practices. Now we come into the question of more on visions and dreams themselves. This is from a tablet of the Master. He says, "Thou didst ask as to the transfiguration of Jesus with Moses and Elias and the Heavenly Father on Mount Tabor, as referred to in the Bible. This occurrence was perceived by the disciples with their inner eye, wherefore it was a secret hidden away and was a spiritual discovery of theirs. Otherwise, if the intent be that they witnessed physical forms, that is, witnessed that transfiguration with their outward eyes, then there were many others at hand on that plain and mountain. And why did they fail to behold it? And why did the Lord charge them that they should tell no man? It is clear that this was a spiritual vision and a scene of the kingdom. Wherefore did the Messiah bid them to keep this hidden till the Son of Man were risen from the dead. That is, until the cause of God should be exalted and the word of God prevail, and the reality of Christ rise up. Selections from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, page 162. I don't know. It's got into the Gospels, and that's where we see it. Well, they were compiled and published about 300 years after Christ. It's about the time of Constantine's conversion. That truth is often imparted through dreams. This is Shoghi Effendi, letter on behalf of Shoghi Effendi. That truth is often imparted through dreams, no one who is familiar with history, especially religious history, can doubt. At the same time, dreams and visions are always colored and influenced more or less by the mind of the dreamer, and we must beware of attaching too much importance to them. The purer and more free from prejudice and desire our hearts and minds become, the more likely is it that our dreams will convey reliable truth. But if we have strong prejudices, personal likings, and aversions, bad feelings, or evil motives, these will warp and distort any inspirational impression that comes to us. In many cases, dreams have been the means of bringing people to the truth or of confirming them in the faith. We must strive to become pure in heart and free from all save God. Then our dreams, as well as our waking thoughts, will become pure and true. We should test impressions we get through dreams, visions, or inspirations by comparing them with the revealed word and seeing whether they are in harmony therewith. So that's your standard. May 16th, 1925. I think it's been published in the first book of compilations that the Indian Publishing Trust put out. It has some of these compilations that the House of Justice published. One of them is on dreams and psychic powers and visions and things. And this is printed there. It is in print, circulated. And I think it's probably been put into Lights of Guidance. You could check those two sources. This one's out of a file at the World Center. Regarding your question relative to the condition of those people who are described in the Gospel as being possessed of devils, this should be interpreted figuratively. Devil or Satan is symbolic of evil and dark forces yielding to temptation. This question oftentimes arises with Christians. The devil made me do it. Evil and dark forces yielding to temptation. First, concerning visions, it's very difficult to distinguish between true visions, which are true spiritual experiences of the soul, and imaginations, which have no reality in spiritual truths. True visions, however, can be granted to those who are spiritually pure and receptive, and are not, therefore, confined to the prophets alone. The Guardian thinks that it is best to assume that, generally speaking, when people claim they are receiving messages or communications from the Master or Baha'u'llah, it is a psychic experience or their imagination, and that they are not in real contact with them. These holy beings have the channels of the cause through which to guide us. They do not need to go outside these and send individual revelations. So if you think, well, but so-and-so had a vision, Baha'u'llah is telling us all to do this or that. Well, he has the administrative order, he has a whole series of channels through which he communicates to the believers. These may or may not be helpful guidance to us as individuals, but sometimes they are. We're free to look at them ourselves, And we can tell others about them, but we certainly can't expect others to act on our dreams or visions if we have them. And even, Shoghi Effendi says, we should be cautious about acting on them ourselves. First we should line them up against the revelation, because he said all these various factors warp and distort the inspiration that comes to the soul, so that one can put one's own meaning on such things and then say, this is Baha'u'llah's will for me, because I had this dream and I understand this to mean this and this to mean that. And find out what it says in the gleanings. Find out what it says in the Advent of Divine Justice. See what the teachings are. Please.
The dream uses a lot of symbology concepts, events that don't really make any sense. If you look at the massing of new things that happen in the day, how would we be able to interpret what the symbology means by lining it up against the writing? They don't say, the writings don't say exactly this is the truth. And is our intuition reliable?
Well, it's about all we have to depend on. We can pray and ask for guidance for the meaning, to understand the meaning of a dream. Perhaps we'll get some help that way. The master would sometimes interpret the dreams very specifically. Sometimes he would say such and such a thing in a dream means such and such. Then you've got a clue in case you've had those particular symbols. But he talks about three kinds of dreams. One produced by the activities of the day, which is a kind of nervous impressions that continue. You've been working on the word processor all day and you do it all night. Or you've been trimming a hedge and you continue trimming the hedge the rest of the night and you're tired and you wake up in the morning. That's one kind of dream. Then the second kind is these symbolic dreams, where things are expressed in symbols and in parables and things. And one has to somehow work out the meaning of it, discover what the meaning of it is. I remember Dr. Jakari said 2 nights before the guardian died, he had a dream. Shoghi Effendi was standing next to a small table in a room, and there were coins on this table, and he was picking up the coins. He had a handful of the coins, and he took the coins, and he started breaking the coins and dropping the pieces, breaking the coins, dropping the pieces, breaking the coins, dropping the pieces. He was very impressed with this. At breakfast, he told his wife, he said, I've had a dream with Shoghi Effendi. And she said, I did too. I had a dream too. So he asked her, well, what was your dream? She said, I dreamed that Shoghi Effendi was standing in a room by a table, and it was a pile of plates on that table, and he was taking the plates one at a time and throwing them to the floor and breaking them. Then he told her about the broken coins. And several days later, they heard of the guardian's passing. So here you have it. They found out the meaning. They could understand somehow the meaning, or the hint that they were being given ahead of time.
I think I remember reading in the Seven Valleys. I don't remember which valley it was, but I never remember where it was.
It's pretty good if you can remember that it's in the Seven Valleys. That's a start. That's very good.
Well, anyway, he says that the wayfarers in this valley will be able to understand the specific kind of things. I don't know, you must remember. I will look it up.
Okay. Fair enough. The third kind of dream is the dream which is a clear dream and is a spiritual disclosure in which things are quite clear. You see Abdu'l-Baha, he comes to you, embraces you, he gives you some juice to drink, he showers his love upon you, or you see one of the spiritual beings, perhaps even the manifestation of God, and it excites and renews your vision. maybe, if you're privileged. Good luck. It's all right. Do you remember this other letter I read a little before we came to this subject? He says that for the most part, the experiences of the people who dream, even of the Master and the manifestation, these may be their imaginations. So we don't know, it's a question. Even though they seem very real to us. Please. Nice. Okay.
I don't know if it's as deep as night as to answer questions, but either Bill Sears or Abdul Baha says that none of the proofs in the Bible are actually things that a Baha'i cannot understand. That none of the symbolisms there are things that are something nobody has any relationship with. Like one part of the symbolism is clearly understood in one context, and the other part in a different context. And you just have to be able to put the pieces together. I think that's probably true with symbolism in the dream. If it's meant to tell you something, it's not going to mean something you have no chance of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
There's some link that you can understand.
Yes, there should be. Of course, these things in the Bible, I remember there's several tablets of the Master where he told the friends, that the meaning of this verse is such and such. He said, but turn to the kingdom and turn your being wholly towards the Lord. And He will supply you, He will provide you with inspiration that you can understand all the symbols of the Bible, that you can expound on all the meanings of the verses of the holy books. So that power is promised there to the soul too. In other words, the same condition we're talking about, where one is receptive and can commune with souls beyond and feel the closeness of the manifestation, is the same, and endows you with an eye with which to look at the scriptures and to derive the hidden meanings and the hidden gift that we read about in the prayers for the fast. Well, one more quote on this subject and then we'll finish here. Someone has written the Guardian. They're doing automatic writing and some painting, waiting for electric kind of inspirations and then painting things, and so on. So he writes back, this is a very nice believer too, he says, he feels that the methods you are pursuing in regard to receiving inspired written messages and your way of approaching your painting are really psychic, and that you should give them up for your own good. Some of Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha's tablets are so poorly translated that it is almost impossible to grasp the true meaning, and one is misled into thinking that by getting into a practically psychic state, the Holy Spirit will guide one. This is not what is meant. The world's greatest writers and painters have not been under psychic influence, but through innate ability, practice and study have given us their masterpieces. This is the normal way for inspiration to reach us, through the channels of our own abilities, and not through control by forces which the Master warned us against, and which we do not understand, and which, as you yourself know, are neither consistent nor reliable. Because the lady wrote that in her letter to the Guardian. So that gives us another way of looking at this thing. I don't know if this is published. I don't believe it's published. We could take a date on it. It's February 24th, 1947. Well, friends, we see on the breakdown of the topics, there is another subject there on martyrdom. Condition of martyrs, mystery of martyrdom. And I never have compiled anything much on that. It was one of the topics that was there that wasn't explored, but I felt should be added to this. But I recommend that we're not going to have a class on that. I recommend that you turn to the latest volume of the Baha'i World, the Crimson volume. It has a section on the Baha'i sacred writings, and has a compilation there from the writings of Baha'u'llah, and then from Abdu'l-Baha and Shoghi Effendi. All unpublished, previously unpublished tablets and messages about this subject of sacrifice and martyrdom and so on. And it's a thrilling selection of writings that no Baha'i should go without reading. But sometimes, because it's in that volume, not published in a separate book, we don't know it's there, and we don't realize that they're nowhere else to be seen. And it was a tremendous work of the research department here and of the House of Justice to prepare these for that volume. What's the name of the Persian compilation that it comes from that was also created here? Narvanur was taken from a Persian compilation that was prepared also by the World Center on this subject. And then the last section is the prayers for the departed. And you can look in your prayer book, you can find those, and there are other sources you can find from time to time. Some of the compilations on immortality have additional prayers. There's a new one now in the prayer book, but it's in the selections from the writings of Abdul Baha on this subject. Now, the next course that we've been planning on for a long time is the study of the Epistle to the Son of the Wolf. And this will be coming up now, and I think, let's see, I want to have a break for a couple weeks and then start that course. So let us say we will begin that course on Sunday night, April 8th. So we'll have a couple Sundays free. 25th and the 1st will be free. And then we'll take up our studies again, for those of you that want to attend that course, starting on April 8th, Sunday, April 8th. Please. Sure.
In several of the prayers it says, may my soul and my spirit be a sacrifice. What does that mean?
Well, may my life be offered up for thee. May I become a sacrifice at your threshold. May I be a martyr, is one meaning. But within that meaning, I think, is may I be a martyr who, will you take my physical life, because I offer that? Or would you take my living martyrdom, because I offer that? You know, the writings talk about these two kinds. One is the living martyrdom, and one is giving oneself actually as a physical sacrifice for the cause. In other words, being willing to do that. It's not simply a polite phrase. I mean, we're saying, may my soul be offered up. May my spirit be a ransom for the adversities thou didst sustain. He gives us these verses now. We should see how we can bring our hearts into alignment with that outlook, with the willingness, you know. How do we want to die? I mean, we're going to get old, and we're going to get sore, and we're going to get cranky, and probably feel bad, and have certain things ache, and maybe certain things rot away inside of us, and then we're going to die in our bed going gargle, gargle, and die. Now, do you want to do that, or would you rather maybe a little before that, while you're still on your feet, be chopped down by some assassin, some persecutor of the cause? Quick, easy, gone, you know, that you've offered yourself. You have, by your blood, you have offered something for the cause. Your sacrifice, the spirit that generates in those around you, because you've given your life for the cause. You haven't denied the cause. You've stood up and you've given your life for the cause. Quickens the world and has an effect that throws you also into the Supreme Concourse. Or you can take your chances. Maybe you'll just fall asleep sometime when you're in your easy chair in front of your television, and you'll drift off to the Abha Kingdom. Now, what is this? I'm giving this, kind of harsh contrast, because we don't think it through, We think, oh, how could I do that? How could I be killed for the faith? You're going to die anyway. We're all going to die. Let's do it in a really splendid way, I don't know. If we have the opportunity. Who knows whether we'll have the opportunity or not. But one could ask. One could meditate and think, and one could ask. No? What does he say in the hidden words? Seek a martyr's death in my path. That's it. That's the one I was thinking about. At least if we're open to that, if we've thought it through, if we've worked it through spiritually, and we're open to it, what are we going to be afraid of? I mean, what can happen to us? And then if you read the story of the martyrs, how maybe the pain that they had was just for an instant, and then it was gone. They were relieved of any physical part of this thing. They were ecstatic. They were caught up in the arms of Baha'u'llah. He had come to them and talked to them before they were martyred. All the stories are incredible, the ones that were in prison in Iran and things they suffered. Anyway, this compilation will give you a feeling for that. You end up, wishing that you were nothing but a martyr. If there was anything you could do, at least I could do that. I could be killed for the cause. I don't seem to live the life very well, and I don't seem to get out and pioneer properly, but maybe I could just give myself some time.